Hello.
Can y'all hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good.
Hello.
Hey, how's it going, OB? Give me a second. Let me get my headphones working. I'm gonna leave the studio and try to get my headphones working.
Okay.
Hey, Mr. OB.
Nomadic, what up, boss? How's your day going?
Pretty good. I didn't really do a lot, man. I went out and got something to eat, but that was about it. I don't know, it's just been too hot to do anything. Yesterday I went to a tennis club. I had a little tennis practice. Got in.
Okay, that's dope. I used to try to play tennis, man. I never got lessons or anything. You just get some little $30 racks and just a couple of balls and go into the court swinging a little bit. It's pretty fun.
Oh yeah. It's definitely fun. Yep. Yeah, like I've been chilling, man.
You watching the Olympics? The Olympics tennis?
No, I haven't been watching. I should though.
Okay. Yeah, I heard Coco had a little bit of a breakdown in her last match, but I think she's got a chance to win gold in doubles.
Oh yeah, I know. I hope she comes through. My father was telling me about her. I guess she's gonna be the new what's her name? Naomi Osaka.
Yeah. Yeah, I hate that Naomi had to put it down a little bit, but I guess we all got to do what we got to do. What's up, Chris? How's it going, boss?
Hey, Sorry, we had some technical difficulties, but I'm doing pretty good. Excited about this panel. I'm glad that y'all joined. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, heck yeah, always.
Yeah. How's everybody's week going?
Good, just enjoying the Olympics.
Yeah, like my favorite part is the basketball. Like I'm looking forward for USA to play again. I'm really excited about like all the teams, like especially Giannis. He's like the Bucks are my team.
Okay, yeah, they played South Sudan today, who they only beat by like 1 point, and they beat them by like 20 today. So they came with their they were ready for it today.
Okay.
Yeah.
South Sudan is like scaring everybody.
And then like I've been watching Simone Biles and those girls, and I watched the guys gymnastics with my wife, just kind of checking that out. That was like the first year. This is kind of like the first time ever for the Olympics that I like actually tuned in and looked forward to it. That's how I know I'm getting old.
Okay. So let's maybe like wait a few minutes for Uncle Rico and then let's get started. And I got another person who I know in real life. Man, y'all are gonna be in for a treat. I think this is gonna be his YouTube debut. So I want everybody to be nice to him in the chat and
Heck yeah.
Let's see. I got like a week left before I go to Vegas. So I've probably mentioned on previous panels, my team, we qualified for this Vegas World Championship in pool. So we're gonna be competing against 765 teams.
Okay. So what's the grand prize if you win? Like, what is it? $5,000 pot?
It's 30,000 split eight.
Oh, wow.
Split by the number of people you have in your team. So we have 8 people. So like I think I did the math. It's like 3,500 per person. I personally don't care for the money. I just want the trophy. Like, listen, if I get that trophy, no one can write me out of history with that. But the money, it's nice.
Okay.
But truth be told, the money's probably gonna just true up the money that we spent because they only give you like $600 per person to come up to this tournament. And then you can win some extra money if you get far enough of the tournament. But it's like people are gonna be spending like I think base 1,200-1,500 just to get there and set up and whatnot. So
yeah, it's summertime prices. I always my wife was telling me that because we were talking about kind of going somewhere in this next week or two, and she was just saying, "Well, I'm kind of good at staying at home anyways and just kind of waiting because summertime prices are always just so high when it comes to traveling."
Yeah. What you been up to, Nomadic? What's new with you?
I've been off, man. Last week I was in Maryland, up in Piney Point for some training, government vessels training, because I'm about to get on a military spy ship next month in August on the 19th, and I think yesterday I went to the tennis club, got in on a little tennis lesson because I hadn't been in since May. But I went ahead and did that.
Nice.
Yeah, but I'm just chilling, you know. I mean, I made a new little friend here, girl over in Cameroon. So we've just been talking. So maybe I'll go and see her next year sometime.
Nice. So OB, you said you're watching the Olympics. What's your favorite sport, or some of your favorite sports?
Well, I mean, in real life, baseball trades just happened too. Like baseball got a little bit boring to me. We had college football come out, which cranked me up for that. You know, Arizona State's normally always ranked like number 30, something like that at the beginning of the season. And then after a month or two, we normally fall out of rankings. But because of the college football game, that's kind of got me into that, watching that. And then it made me kind of tune out of baseball. But then all the baseball deadline was yesterday for trades. So we got a bunch of new trades. So that's kind of got it excited again. So the Yankees are looking really good. They're looking like they could win it all.
Nice.
Yeah, they got a guy named Jazz Chisholm. He was on the cover of the baseball video game like last year, I think, or the year before. And he basically went on like one of the Black people podcasts with sportcasters and basically saying like how the Miami Marlins kind of gave him like free reins to pick the players, and basically all the vets used to kind of haze him, and he didn't even go to practice and this and that, and he ended up being the best player and getting the cover of the game and all-star. And then after talking all that noise, they started off in last place. So like they got the worst record. So they traded him to the Yankees. But in 2 games, he's hit 4 home runs. So it's like, okay. Rebuild that brand.
Okay, nice. But for the Olympics, what are your favorite sports? I know Simone Biles was like a huge story.
So we got golf. So baseball and golf is my thing, just in real life. So I'm waiting for the golf to kind of get rolling. Okay. I'll kind of start watching soccer just because of traveling to Europe a lot. So I like soccer. But, American soccer isn't really the best. But we're in the quarterfinals now for the men. The women are always the best. We're better than European in women's soccer, but not males. But they're in the quarterfinals. So now I'm looking forward to watching them play. So I guess golf, soccer. I guess those are kind of the 2 biggest things. Definitely the women's soccer, just because women's soccer, that's kind of blowing up. They got a lot of big names.
Nice. Okay. Uncle Rico, welcome to the panel.
Hey, Chris. Hey, OB. How you guys doing?
What's going on, boss?
Doing good. Sorry for being a little late. I'll be here as long as I can, as much as I can. But everything's going good. I guess I'm late to help you guys celebrate women's gymnastics.
Yeah, they won that gold, huh?
Yeah, I know.
Simone won it individually.
I was very proud to hear that. Glad to see Simone come back like a boss after what she went through in, I think it was Tokyo with the twisties. So I was very glad to hear that. And, I like their team named the Redeem Team because they didn't win the team gold in Tokyo. I think they won the silver.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah, they didn't get gold. Sunisa Lee, the young Hmong girl, I think from Minnesota, she won the overall individual gold, but team gold. They medaled, but they didn't get the gold, and they was expected to because Simone dropped out, and she was like one of the strong performers. So I was glad to see her and the team come back and get it. So I say to them.
And you got Simone living kind of close to you. She's in the Houston area. And
I'm not near Houston. I'm in DMV near Washington D.C.
Okay, yeah, you're nowhere near there then.
No,
yeah, I'm in Houston.
Got you. Okay.
But that's very good. So I definitely. I mean, I don't know how you can't root for. I know this is a men's panel tonight, but with the Olympics going on and with Simone and Jordan Child and Sunisa Lee and the other 2 ladies' names slipped by me, and I apologize for that. I just think, we should, because the 2 black ones are Jordan Childs and Simone Biles.
And there's one more. She's from Plano, Texas. So that's what makes her stand out to me. She's the youngest, I think.
Yeah. So that's why I said I'm trying to remember a Rodriguez or something.
I heard about her, but I don't think she's on it this year. I think she was last year, just from talking to my wife and my mother. Yeah, they were talking about her.
Just look it up.
I can't be sure, but again, nonetheless, kudos to Team USA. These young ladies, they did the country proud.
Yes, sir.
I just can't see how anybody.
And then my school for the swimmers, they got a young swimmer going to ASU. He's representing France, but he goes to Arizona State, and he's just killing Phelps records, like a male swimmer. So he's going to go gold everything.
Yeah, and I'm surprised though, but you disappoint me because, well, again, I don't golf, so I'm not going to knock you on the golf.
Okay.
The baseball thing I like, but I'm surprised you didn't. I'm looking forward to when the track and fields get to the finals.
Yeah, we got that. So we got the running starts on Friday.
Yeah.
So we got Shakari and the what's the gentleman's name?
Noah Lau. So we got some dogs in track and field, men and women. And we also got the young lady that been killing in the hurdlers. I think her last name is McLaurin.
Okay.
Sydney McLaurin. So again, these women have been killing. They haven't been getting their due. of course, so, and she won some of these track events, they don't stand out, but I'm just glad to see them getting their moment in the sun, and men and women, and getting their shine. And
yeah, the men won their first medal in 13 years, the male gymnasts.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah.
I saw that. They got a brother too from I always do look for where there's black representation in anything. And like you said, the male team is all non-black except there's one brother from Michigan. And I think it was his performance that put them over to make them medal. They got the bronze, but that's like a goal for men's gymnastics.
Okay.
Men's gymnastics is just hasn't been anywhere on, like OB said, men's gymnastics is like men's soccer. It just has not been on par with the women.
Right.
It's just what it is. But both of them this year, the men's team, they're winning and like finally deciding to show up, and the men's are finally deciding to show up in the gymnastics space. So I think that it's kind of funny to me when you look at some of these things. It kind of speaks to some of the gender nonsense we talk, and I'm like, yeah, but American men and black men, we getting our ass kicked in other areas to other men.
All right, let's start the show.
Okay.
And we might have like an after show to talk about the regular stuff, but let's start the show. I want to let everybody know. Okay, somebody else is joining. I want everybody in I want to appreciate everybody who's joining in the audience, whether it's live or on replay. We had a women's panel about 2 or 3 weeks ago. It was I think it was a really successful. I want everybody in the chat to kind of hold us accountable, because, like, listen, when we had the women's panel, people were holding the women accountable, and the women on the with some critical questions, contrarian questions. That's the focus that I really want to have for this panel, and I'm going to go into my intro in a second. One of the things that I kind of got my inspiration from was Uncle Rico. I think he said on Sexy Red TV's panel, he said, listen, if you really got guys together to talk in a closed room, there would be some furniture moving, because I think he said that men would be able to feel comfortable to express how they were not comfortable, how men were carrying on in social media and society and stuff like that. So I kind of want us, to be respectful to everybody on the panel, be respectful to the audience, but I want us to really do what we've been doing on these panels and elevating the conversation. So let me get into my intro. So I want to thank everybody from joining live on replay. I really have high hopes for this panel, especially after the women's panel that we had a few weeks ago. I think you're in for a treat. Especially with everybody on the panel. I also have someone that I know personally in real life on this panel that has yet to join. As I said previously on the women's panel, my inspo for doing these kinds of shows was from Madame Noir's Ask a Man, Ask a Woman series. As I previously stated, we had a women's only panel, and it focused on life as a Black woman, the work that they have put in, the struggles that they're seeing in men, and how they hope to see us rise like a phoenix out of our ditch and become better men, the men that they know that we're capable of. So in this first section, let me just move the slide. It seems like we have someone trying to join the panel, but they need to get their devices to work. So this first section, I want to focus on what it's like to be a Black man. What are the pressures? What are the dangers that we face in society, and what propaganda is spread about us inside society? Just like the women's panel, I just want to put the disclaimer out there. I don't want y'all to feel like you're confined to just these talking points. These are just the major talking point major topic is life as a Black man. So these are just suggested little sub talking points, and you don't have to address them in order. I just want y'all to be a free conversation. I want y'all to just let the audience talk about these topics and talk about what is your experience as a Black man and some of the things that y'all are facing. And I'll hand it off to whoever wants to start.
I'll go first. I'll take my age privilege, being the old head here. and first of all, thank you for inviting me, Chris. This is actually a good panel, and I look forward to contributing for the time that I'm here. So looking at your first slide, and again, I didn't know anything about what we were going to talk about other than the man's panel. The way I think of life as a Black man, and OB, thank you for always constantly reminding me when I'm here about the struggles that my generation went through, because they're true. They're absolutely true. And I'm not saying I'm not trying to forget them, because I think to forget them is to forget our history and repeat some of those same mistakes. But when I look at it like this, for the totality of my life, because of the generation that I came up in, and I'm the last year the baby boomer, so I'm just trying to give people reference. Born in 1964, I came in a generation in an era where it was clearly laid out to us that you are a Black man born into a world that you are basically, they didn't tell us that we're less than, but we would be viewed a certain way. So we came up with the philosophy. Everything was in a lens of Black against white. We didn't much think about Asian and Hispanic, and especially me growing up in Washington, D.C., which was, predominantly Black at that time. Our outlook was always measured against white people, because white people was the dominant force, whether we were being overly policed, the government, whatever the policies, that was where the reflection came from. So I was always raised that you got to work twice as hard, be twice as good to be considered half. You know what I'm saying? So you're born. I was born into a place where the mindset, where we knew no matter how hard and how good we were, the greater society still would look at us at a certain way. Now, within our own community among Black people, you did have some relief from it, but we still knew we lived in the larger outer world. So that's just sort of, which goes into the next part, the pressures of being a Black man, that I'll be 60 I'm gonna say this month, because August is tomorrow. I've carried every day of my entire life, and I will probably carry that pressure. Even though it's gotten better, I still live with that as my default. At 60 years old, doing as well as I'm doing, I still feel like at my station in life, I still have to work twice as hard and be better than my white counterparts at the same station. And I don't think they feel that way. It's just an internalized pressure that's been given to me at birth, and I've never relinquished, because no one's ever told me I could relinquish it. But even more so than that, as I lived through life and navigated through life every day of my life, I don't see any evidence that I can relinquish it. So even if my mama, who's no longer here, my dearly departed mama, or anyone else was to tell me, oh, you can let that shit go, Rico, I would be like, absolutely not. Because I still see the evidence where that is still true. That as Black people, while we have done great successes, we have done phenomenal things, we have done world-changing things, but still the perception of us is not what it should be. So we have to continuously delve into portions of respectability, politics, and all other kinds of bullshit for them just to see us this way. So that's what, so like point one, point two, that's all part of it. As far as the misinformation about Black men, it varies. It's various. We're deemed as overly aggressive, hyper masculine, overly sexual, a lot of these things. While some of these tropes are true for a small percentage of us, it's also true for a small percentage of white men and Hispanic men and Asian men. But again, it goes back to the wider perception perspective, where whiteness for 400 to nearly 1,000 years has always seemed as good. Blackness has been seen as bad. And those other two racial demographics in the middle, in absent Black people, they would be looked at like Black people. But as long as Black people are around, it's kind of like, I tell my Hispanic and Asian friends, y'all are lucky that Black people are around, because they don't get the chance to fuck with you as much as they fuck with us, because they're so hyper focused on keeping Black people oppressed, that while you are oppressed, not as much as what they don't want Black people to rise to. So that's sort of like with the misinformation. I'm gonna brief through the other parts so I can leave time for other people. As far as what do men want from women, I don't even think that that's really a question that can be answered on a collective. The way I look at male-female relationships, they're too individualized and personalized. What I might want from a woman could be the completely opposite, polar opposite of what you want, Chris, or you, OB. I don't think that there's, I don't, I accept the patriarchy, I accept masculinity and femininity. I don't live and die in those spaces. I just think too much effort and energy goes into people overly focusing on, I got to be masculine, 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 masculine. She got to be feminine. I don't live and die in those spaces. So to me, it's just a silly thing. I know what I want as an individual, and I expect it to be different for everybody else. Mentoring versus rites of passage. I'll hold off if I can to come to that and pass the mic to someone else.
I'll let one of the other gentlemen go. I'll go last.
Alrighty. Well, life as a black man. I would say it can be difficult. In a sense, you have everyone prejudging you and stereotypes and archetypes of what they think a black man should be. The pressures of being a black man, I would say, are the same thing. Although I do find that sometimes it's just the little things that, like, I'm kind of conscious of how I make people feel uncomfortable just by the virtue of being a black man. Some women might pull their purses a little closer to them, or they might cross the street when they see me coming, or they might not even acknowledge me, which hurts. And that also goes into the misinformation about black men from society. Just to sum it up, I like to take a line from out of Public Enemy. Don't believe the hype. Don't believe the hype that they're selling. They say that we're criminals and burglars and this and that, and that's not true. Although I can say they do have brothers out here looking bad on social media with the way that some of us talk about black women. And as for what do men want from women, I'm gonna borrow a line from Uncle Rico, what he just said about this question being kind of more individualized. It should depend on a person to person, case by case basis. I know I stated previously that I'd wanted just to kind of nothing really serious right now, but I've been talking to a nice young woman, and maybe things will get pretty serious and whatnot. But I know I would want a woman that is respectful, responsible, intelligent, uh, independent. Um, I would say just one that can handle her business. Doesn't really need me there all the time. Um, just nice to have, or nice to be around. Um, I know I don't get caught up in the whole feminine, masculine thing, and that's what I've noticed. Like, there's such a power struggle. Why does it have to be that way? Like I witnessed my parents. My father worked most of the time. He was gone. He was busy working. Um, my mother never really had to worry about anything. She was a stay-at-home mother back in the early 2000s. My father went blind about 10 years ago, and then that's when she started having to pick up most of the slack and work. But, my father still, he would get SSDI. So that would cover the bills and rent and things like that as well. But I never really witnessed this whole power struggle thing, and I've never seen my father complain about not having access to women, or a woman not being fit, feminine, or friendly. Nothing like that. My father is blind, and he still has women that he talks to and gets together with and stuff like that. So I don't. That it's just a foreign concept what these guys on YouTube talk about, especially the older guys. A woman who can handle her business. We're gonna come back to this. Okay, true poetic. But I'm gonna shut up now. That's just that's about all that I have to say.
You up, brother OB?
I was gonna let Chris go. I was gonna go last.
Okay.
Oh no, I'm just
All right,
the
Chris.
host. I'm just
Nah,
listening.
nah, nah, nah,
Nah.
nah, Chris. You don't get deducted. That's some
Oh
bullshit, Chris.
wow, yeah, I'm the
Nah, that's
host.
some bullshit. They down there taking notes. They ready to get all of us. You got to answer it too, sir. Good
Oh
point, OB.
wow, shoot. Okay. Yes, sometimes these questions I pose, I'm not necessarily ready to answer, but I'm gonna give it the best I can. I think that just kind of like to blend the two together. I think there's sometimes a lot of pressure sometimes to as a Black man to kind of like represent the Black community. I know, like on my team, we just hired a second. I've been at my company for about 4 years, and my previous team that I was on, when I was on that team for like 2.5 years, I was the only person of color, the only Black person, and like maybe the only person of color for like half the time. I know the team that I work on now. I've been on for maybe like maybe a few months, maybe a handful of months. I was the only person of color up until this week. So it's like, I think a lot of times I feel pressure of like, hey, I'm representing, especially coming from like an HBCU. There's a lot of different components of it. You're representing HBCUs, you're representing, Black men. That's one of the things, the reason why I'm kind of like passionate about this space is like, I feel like what the Passport Bros and the Manosphere are doing, like they're harming the image of what Black men are, the reputations that they built. I want to misinformation, but I'll to add a cap to that. I really try to, sometimes, as hard as it can be, I try to tune it out and just be the best version of me that I can be, and not take that with me everywhere I'm going. Which I definitely feel it in the workplace. Misinformation about Black men. Let me think about this. Just like I was saying in the previous questions, it's like, I think that, Nomadic touched upon it. There's a lot of times where, people fear that, Black people are violent. Um, um, you're in a store, specifically in St. Louis, like it can be very segregated. Like you would be getting that Oprah treatment in stores of like, why are you here? Are you actually here to buy something? Can you afford to buy this? You would be getting profiled, with people kind of like treating you differently. Let me think of what else. As people mentioned before, hypersexual, promiscuous, maybe not family oriented. Let me skip to the next one. I wanted everybody to kind of pivot and answer this individually, because I want people to hear this, because maybe people don't really understand, what are some of the qualities that we look for. I've said on the panels, like for me, it definitely has to be an intelligent woman. I actually really want the woman to be more intelligent than me. I think it's a waste when a lot of guys are just like, I can't be with a woman who makes more than me. I can't be with I gotta make all the decisions. I gotta lead 100%. It's like, listen, in my opinion, I like having a duo where we're both able to think. I don't want to be the only person in the room. I don't also want the woman to dumb down her intelligence. So I look for someone who is a great friend. I work on building the friendship first. I need someone who's extremely intelligent. I'd rather have someone extremely intelligent because I'm looking for someone who, if I want to start a family with, what are the values that they're going to pass down to my children? I think my dad did an incredible job with that. And I kind of like looked at that and said, hey, you know what, this is some of the things, these are some of the things that I want to look for when I find a woman, in terms of, I want someone who, like I said, very intelligent. You also have to be, like I said, a great friend. Also, there has to be a bond. So I'm someone that the friendship is extremely important to me. The bond is extremely important to me. I'm trying to think of some of the other qualities I said before, but someone who's ambitious, regardless of their level of education. People can still be very intelligent, very ambitious. Let me see. The mentoring versus rites of passage. I can't really answer this because I don't have children, but what I was trying to go for this was, you see a lot of Black men are being raised in single parent homes, and we're seeing kind of in a lot of different ways negative trends within Black boys, where they're not going to college as much and not really staying in school as much. And I wanted to kind of ask the people who have kids, who can speak on this. Okay, we got someone, a hater in the chat. Thanks.
You just did one more.
So, the boss, I was not planning to speak, so there's gonna be a lot of ums today. So I want to pass it to OB. I don't think you went yet.
But I will say this, Chris, we did answer it. You did your on the what do men want from women. You didn't write it in a way for me or Nomadic.
That's fair.
To understand that you wanted to go for us to explain what we want. But I think you did a great list. What I'm saying is, I just summed it up as it's an individualized, meaning like your list, I would want half of what's on your list and the other half would be something else. That's why I say when we say men from women, I don't think we can generalize it, because as I and Nomadic say, it's individualized. It's from each of us as men. I'm a different man. OB's a different man. Nomadic's a different man. We each want something different.
Right.
So I can tell you what I want. Now, I don't know what other men want.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
So
there's another for the boss. That's fair enough. But if you wanted
to come back, I can think of a few things, but you covered a good list. I would agree.
Yeah, I think
I would want half of it.
I think the thing that I didn't mention is, as I've been dating, that person is going to have to, I'm kind of been on the fence about it, but I'm like, that person is going to have to want to have kids. There are some people who don't want kids. There are some people who are like, they'll bend and say, I'm willing to have a kid for you. There's some people who actually really want to have kids. I've been kind of leaning on, like, as I want to start a family, like that person's going to have to want to, start a family or extend a family. There's another for the boss, but
the
boss, again, keep in mind, I wasn't planning to speak. I was trying to do my Patti LaBelle and just sing hooks on this panel. But you should join, because you were in the women's panel. You're now in the men's panel. You should join. We have plenty of room.
Yep.
There will be some more people joining. The person who I know in real life, he said he forwarded this to some other people, so we might have a packed house tonight.
And the link is pinned at the top of the chat.
Yeah, let me post it again for the people in the back, like the boss.
So don't pretend like you can't find it. It's pinned. You pinned it, right, Chris?
Yeah, I pinned it. And the other thing I will say is this: a lot of people have smoke for people on the panels who never join these panels. It takes a lot of pressure to join these panels, and I really appreciate everybody who's joined the panels. Everybody who's on this panel is a friend of the show. Some of these people are just kind of perpetual, and people in the audience, no offense, because like Gen Z, he's always in the audience, but he's also not trying to smoke people from the chat. So the boss needs to come up and keep the same energy. So I want to pass it to OB.
All right. So life as a Black man, I would say a bunch of misinformation. I say just a bunch of misinformation. I don't feel like we have the mentoring, the leadership, a lot of single parent homes. A lot of single fathers just as well. A lot of close friends are dads, single dads. Um, so yeah, I would just say misinformation on that. If someone wanted to tune in, then I could go a little bit deeper. Music, misinformation, lack of education causes misinformation. Mm, kind of those things like I was always told, don't go on a religion that your parents tell you, research it yourself. So a whole bunch of my grandmother said, my mama said, when you're having those intellectual conversations, nothing that you've kind of found for yourself, always going off of, my barber said, maybe someone that you look at as a mentor, even though they're not so much as one. Just the older gentlemen, the men who are older than you, maybe that goes from I don't know, from playing sports, the guys in the locker room, or maybe the guys on the corners per se, something of that information. The pressures of being a black man. I would say not a lot of pressure being a black. I don't think we have enough. I feel like the one pressure that we do have is the pressure to see us fail. Uh, where I'm a little bit different, where I differ from y'all, kind of like I seen Gary Reed say, people expect less of him in the chat, but I don't think when I get where he's coming from 100%. I can kind of sense that, but I feel like when I get that, it's not so much that people don't think I have the knowledge. It comes from more so they don't want me to use the knowledge, or I don't know, people would make me try to make me feel as if I'm not so sure of myself or not so sure of my answers. So I would say, so I don't think we have enough pressure as black men as far as just to get that education, to be a staple in our communities. Um, Whether that is being the barbershop, kind of like I said, I think that's our psychologist as of right now in our community. So I think even just being a barber is a lot of pressure, trying to maybe become an engineer or a lawyer or a doctor. I think we need more teachers in our communities. I don't think it really makes a lot of sense for us to send our most, at least where I grew up at. Now I can't speak for some inner city areas, maybe like a Baltimore or something of that. Maybe Rico can speak on it. Maybe a DC has more black teachers. But as far as me, my experience is I've never had a black teacher. I've had black teachers in my school, but just an actual black teacher, I've never had one. As far as a male, I had two male teachers, and they were both Spanish speaking for Spanish speaking classes at two different high schools. So just not enough pressure to fill those roles. I feel like if so many of us is lost and we all say that racism is so bad, then why would we send ourselves to someone who we feel like is oppressing us to educate us? That just doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Misinformation about black men, that we're all the same. I don't think any of us are all the same whatsoever. I mean, Chris, I think that's a little bit different. You said you're going to a pool tournament. When most people think of a black man, I think automatically probably basketball. They're not thinking that he's going to actually go play some pool just kind of get away and improve a craft. So I think we're very different. Music, sexual orientation, as we're starting to see that with Little Nas X and different things of that nature today. So yeah, just not all the same. What do men want from women? I agree with Rico. I think men all want something a little bit different. No one's the same. We don't come from the same backgrounds, so I don't feel like we're all going to want the same. But for me personally, just someone to build with. I feel like men are meant to be builders. To be a leader is to be a builder. So just someone I can build with, whether that's to build them up spiritually, build myself up spiritually, someone I can be vulnerable with, someone I can be honest with. That's one of my things when a lot of guys talk about dating overseas. I feel like, what about the connection? Everyone just tells me about looks. Can you go to your mother-in-law? Be honest. Can you go to your father-in-law when you're having it, maybe feeling like, you're feeling those pressures at work of other races wanting to see you fail, or expecting you not to succeed because of those pressures that they know that's against you? Can you go to your father-in-law and have those honest conversations without feeling like you're being judged? So yeah, just someone to build with. Mentoring and rites of passage. I think who said that said it best. I think the barbershop is kind of that place. We don't have any quinceañera or anything like that. And I guess that's basically it for me.
Oh, I do want to add, like, about the pressure. I agree with you, OB. I don't think there's enough pressure. I think Black women get considerably more pressure than us. There's a new person I'm going to add to the stage.
Can I ask OB one question before?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
So OB, it was right along the same lines of pressure too, because I heard you say, and for a moment, initially when you first said we don't have enough pressure, I was shocked. Then I just want to make sure I understand you and maybe mine out the thought a little bit. Is that I agree when I gave it a few minutes to let it marinate on my brain. I agree we don't have enough of the right kind of pressure. So I think what you were saying, and tell me if I'm wrong, OB, and tell me
No,
shut up.
that's perfect. That's
Yeah,
perfect. That's
right
exactly what I'm
to
saying.
do the right thing. So while we do have pressure, because unfortunately the pressure of the oppression of our skin color, this, that, and whatever. Yes, but we don't have enough we don't have enough of the right pressure to, like you say, force Black men, and not force, but to encourage and push you in the fields of education, military. I mean, just so many other positive aspects that we shy away from because no one sits there. So that was what I just wanted. I was like, I think that's what he's saying. I wanted to ask you that.
No, that's exactly what I'm saying. Even something, fatherhood, no
Yes.
career, nothing, just being a father,
Yep.
just mentally being there. We don't have those type of things, those conversations. I know some of us do, but many don't, is ultimately what I'm saying. So you said exactly what I was trying to say.
Yeah, and I agree with that. And thank you for pointing that out. So yes, I do. So to go back to the Nessa, we do have pressures that's heaped on us unfair, but places where we need pressure to do the better things, like he said, around fatherhood, education, we don't have enough of. So it's a double-edged thing. And I will say this lastly, yes, I'm up here in the DMV. As old as my old ass is, all of my teachers, nearly, I'm going to say like 75-80% of my teachers, the entirety of my life, all the way up through high school until I left to go into the military, were Black teachers. Not a lot of males, but predominantly Black female teachers. And I think that it is the thing about the Black community is our excellence tends to congregate to spaces where, think about it, if you're from Alabama and you become politically astute or get a great degree of this, whatever, you can either stay there and try to continue to fight through generations of oppression and discrimination, or you can go to a more liberal leaning space that will let you bloom. So it's kind of weird. We want people to stay and fight, but people that shit can grind you down. So I don't blame that. I think I had a lot of teachers that probably came from other parts of the country. All them damn teachers I had, they weren't born and raised here in the DMV. So they came from other places, and I appreciate what they poured into me and kids from my neighborhood. And I hate the fact that there's a dearth of Black teachers, male or female, in other places, in neighborhoods and communities that they may have come from. But so I heard that too. So I just wanted to speak to that. But go ahead.
I wanted y'all to speak a little bit about I know you touched upon it, Uncle Rico, about the pressure that we do and don't have. Like, you talked about fatherhood. Can we talk a little bit about about the pressure that we don't have, that we need, that would help us be better?
That's one of the key ones right there, is the fatherhood thing. That is, and I will tell you this.
What do you think is like the expectation in that regard for us as fathers in our
very
community?
little, not very little, not much. I am damn near a fatherhood Nazi. I am because I was a single father. There are several things. So if I have trauma about anything in my life, it's the trauma from not having a father, because my father was killed when I was a little boy.
Sorry to hear that.
I think I lost him. I had to be maybe 5.
Sorry to hear that as well.
Yeah, but it's something that affected me for the rest of my life, even still to this day. So even though I knew my father, I knew him briefly, and then he was taken. So what that did was, and the thing about it is my mother never remarried. So there was never a stepfather. It was never anything, she just never remarried. And her and my father, they wasn't getting along that great. She just decided she wasn't going to remarry. That's her choice, her business. So what it did was, so of course, we had to get past the loss of our father, keep growing and growing up. So now I'm 10, 15, so on and so forth. So for the rest of my life growing up, I would go through life and I still would do things. I'm in, middle school, high school, I'm playing sports, but I'm still growing up poor. I was poor with my father. We became poorer once he was shot and killed. So you went from a poor two household parent to a poorer one household parent. To a poorer one parent household. So that gets worse. So that parent that dies, whether it's through cancer, car accident, violence, it doesn't get any better unless someone replaces that person. And that sounds shitty. That would be a step parent. Now we know in this day and era, they preach against step parents. They telling men, don't be a stepfather, all kinds of crazy, dumb shit, right? So that's even creating more generational, more collective trauma into our communities. But for me, I always wanted a father. Even after my father was gone, I realized, okay, I can't bring him back, but I wanted that male figure, and I didn't have it. So my mother raised me to adult. She raised me how to be an adult, responsibility. She was hard on us, this, that, whatever. She was hard on my ass like a father, but she wasn't a father. And I inherently knew that. So when I hear these guys say, oh, the trauma of a mother, I'm like, that's a mother trying to fulfill a father role. Because for all the shit that my mother did to me, the harshness, the toughness, my father would have done. He just wasn't there. It's not like, oh, your mother, she was hard on you. She was fussing at you and yelling at you and cussing at you. I'm like, if she wouldn't have did it, my father would have did it. A man would have still filled that role. So unfortunately, and women not knowing how to be men, they're trying to they're trying to play a role that they're not built to. So they're going to perform it poorly. In the same way, if we as men had to fulfill the role of a mother, we would perform it poorly, because there's so much about being a woman that we don't know and we will never know. So if I had to ever step into my children's life and had to perform the role of a mother, I'm going to fail epically. I'm going to try, but I'm going to fuck it up. I'm sorry. So when I hear guys and I'm like, the trauma from the mother, these sons, and I'm like, yeah, but if the father's not there, what you're saying is true. But the reason why that toxic dynamic got created is the absence of the father, because the woman is totally fucking up a job that she's not qualified to have in the first place. And you guys are also saying that no other man should come in and take the job. I'm totally confused by this shit. So in essence, all I'm saying is through that action that happened at a young age, my mother never remarried. And I don't know if she ever wanted to remarry or not. Maybe motherfucker was talking that don't be a stepdaddy shit back then. I don't know. I just know she never remarried, and I can tell myself, oh, she didn't want it. Like, maybe ain't nobody want to do it. So I didn't get a man to come into my life to raise me how to be a man. So once I became 17, 18, 19, the manhood part, while my mother raised me to be an adult, I had to learn that shit on my own. And I did not always learn that from the more studious and wise choices. I got lazy like any young man did. What man out there on the street gonna tell me some bullshit that I want to hear? That's who I'm gonna listen to. The one that's gonna tell me what I don't want to hear, I'm gonna ignore and block out. That's where I see some of the problem. But I'm gonna shut up and let someone else jump in.
I did want to say that living as a Black man, you have an extreme, I think something that Black men are taking for granted is like you have an extreme home advantage that historically Black women are dating exclusively Black. And I think so, like when I hear a lot of Black men saying, you know, it's tough dating out here, I'm just bombastic side eye. And I'm like, wait, what? No, I mean, it's not that hard. And it's like, even throughout time, you know, how, you know, Black women have had it very hard. They are still trying to work things out and keep things and date Black men. And I think that like I said, that's something that is kind of a plus of being a Black man. I did want to ask you a question, Uncle Rico, and I want to kind of pivot to BuilderOfBridges in a second, because you brought up the point about how Black men specifically now are just trying to discourage men from, you know, dating single mothers. Has that always been the case throughout time, or is that just kind of like amplified now has it gotten worse because of social media? I just want to understand throughout
social media. That was not always the case at all. That's some new stupid shit.
Okay.
But the problem is, I'll be honest, it's a problem. It's proliferated throughout the space, and they create talking points. Of course, Lord knows their goddamn godmama Kevin Samuels popularized the stupid shit. Because traditionally, throughout the Black community, there was a plethora of stepfathers. It just was a lot. And it's really weird because I'll be honest with you, they're basically, the funny thing about it was Kevin Samuels telling these young men not to be stepfathers. He's telling them to buy a dog and die alone. Because a lot of these men that are choosing not to be stepfathers in the Black community that are Black men, you have a shrinking pool of viable candidates, especially after a certain age, let's say 25, that hasn't mothered and became a parent. So your pool of women, I'm gonna say 30, I'm gonna be more, because people are getting fewer kids nowadays. But after the age of 30, good luck finding a Black woman that hasn't had a child. They still exist, so I'm not saying that, but I'm just saying the pool shrinks for women, and now you have this abundance of men that's saying they want that shrinking pool. Well, those women will get the pick of the litter of those men. A lot of men are going to be left out. So you're going to either be forced to say, hey, I'm going to have to accept starting to date women with children, or buy a fucking dog and die alone. Thank you, Kevin Samuels.
So you're telling
me, because
me
other races are not going to be as Black men are under this delusion that all these other races are as willing and open to them in a greater numbers than what they are. Like I said, my wife is from El Salvador. She's a single mother. Like, when I married, I was like, fuck, what the fuck I look like looking for a woman with no kids when I got kids. And so many Black men, there's a much higher percentage of Black men with kids than they're being honest about and they're telling the truth about. But even if it's the numbers that they say, I'm like, just do the math. The most race loyal people are Black women. Black men, while we do have options outside of Black women, it is not, and I've always dated Black women. I'm a bad motherfucker. I've always had the gift of gab and could sweet talk all kinds of women. But nonetheless, if I dated 1,000 women in my lifetime, 800 of them have been Black. Maybe 200 at best have been non-Black. So it ain't been 50-50. It's always been way more Black women, because even when I venture into other communities, it's harder because I'm not of that community. It just is. So I don't give a fuck who you are. It's bullshit.
So I just wanted to ask you, Uncle Rico, so you're saying like 80s, 90s, 70s, men weren't perpetuating these negative misogynistic.
Nah.
Okay.
No, okay. They wasn't then. No, not at all. Like I said, I was born in 64, so during the 70s, 80s, 90s. No, they was not at all. I think this is something, this no stepmama shit. I'll be honest with you, I think this shit is post-pandemic. You could maybe say they started. It blew up in the lexicon during the pandemic when we were all locked in and more idiots heard that shit. But prior to that, nobody walked. When you went into the club, because that's how, before. So before the pandemic, people wasn't dating. What people were still going to the club. When you went into the club, you didn't give a fuck what big booty Judy, how many kids that bitch had. She was fine as hell. So when you walked into a physical space and you saw a beautiful, sexy, voluptuous, got it going on black woman, you wasn't asking her how many kids she had. You didn't give a shit. You didn't. You just didn't. So this narrative now where people are going about, remember I told you, Chris, you can do that shit online. In the club, you're not doing that if you see a beautiful woman, and that's how we dated.
Mm-hmm.
That's how you met people. You had to go out and meet them face to face. You was not asking people how many kids they had.
Mm.
It was silly. So, Willie Smith, no, eventually you didn't care, because at that point, if you really liked the girl, it didn't matter. You knew you went, I really, really like her. I really, really dig you. What the fuck I'm gonna tell her? Get rid of her kids?
Hey, Willie, join the panel.
It's just silly.
I am. Hello. No, I'm sorry. What's your name, sir? I didn't get your name.
His Uncle
Who's
Rico.
speaking?
That's
Yeah,
Uncle
Rico.
Rico. Brother Rico, how you doing, man? My
Yes,
name
sir.
is
How you
Willie.
doing, sir?
I'm doing well, thank you. You make some good points, but when I say that, you meet in the club, or when you said that you meet in the club and you don't care at that time, and then I said, in the moment you don't care, but eventually you do. To me, once you want to get to know more about that person beyond that experience in the club, I think that we are curious. Well, does this person have children? Does she, what does she do for a living? Like, what is she like, right? If you find that person interesting enough to want to know more about her, then you would care. I think so. I mean, maybe I'm the only person that cares, but I'll be interested to know if they have children.
Well, I'll say this. It is absolute. Well, let's be clear. You're going to know that. So if, again, like I said, so here's the thing, right? If you meet a young lady in the club, right, you be like, oh, damn, you look across the room. Oh, she sent you choosing signals. There's a twinkle in her eye. There's a twinkle in your, hey, how you doing? I like to get to know you, whatever your code approach is. That's weird. They call it that shit. But she's like, hey, yeah, can I have your number? What's your name? My name's Rico. What's your name? My name's Diana. Can I have your number? Yeah. Can I give you a call? You exchange all these courtesies. Can I buy you a drink? So you might, like, that night, oftentimes, like when you met someone in the club, you could be there for maybe the next 2 or 3 hours, really vibing like hell, right? You're really making a connection, and then you going home and you're like, damn, man, I bet, you're thinking about that beautiful woman in the moment, right? You're not thinking, and I agree, those questions are going to come later, but that's cementing or the initiation of, wow. So even if you find out she got kids and you think she's the most beautiful woman you've ever seen, the conversation was great, you're going to be going through your head, yeah, she's got a kid. And you got to be sitting there saying to yourself, oh, is this kid a deal breaker? And it is the greatest thing I've had that I run into in the last 12 months. But she got a kid. And you know what I'm saying? So it's not that the information isn't necessary to assess. It absolutely is. But in my day and age, again, men were able to say, hey, look, what was more important. And I do think that I think that there's somewhat of a misnomer in how people describe relationships. And I think I think it's two things. It is a little bit fair to say that a single mother with kids and there being certain limitations on your interaction or control or power over that kid, yes, it's a little bit more new. When I came into the game, even when I dated, I have stepsons that I raised, their mom passed, they're my sons. So what I'm sitting there saying is I probably had more authority than what maybe a young man would have today, right? Because their mother gave me more authority. They was like, hey, I need help with these boys. You here, father them like you father your own. You know what I'm saying? So I was given more authority because, of course, that came with that woman vetting me, seeing me with my children, knowing how I was. I don't think that necessarily a stepfather will have the same level of authority, but I don't see it being wildly less. I think a lot of times it comes down to, I think it starts with, first of all, the relationship you have with the woman. So if you got a woman's only going to restrict your authority with her children if she doesn't trust you. So there's got to be something about you within that relationship with her that would make her say, I don't trust this motherfucker to give him this kind of authority. But if you can, if that trust is developed in that relationship between you and her, then you have that. I have a 22-year-old stepdaughter. And when I met her mother, my wife, she was 10. And I raised her from 10 to 22. She still has her father. But I have that authority because her mother, my wife, trusted me, but I had to earn my wife's trust. I didn't just walk through the door. I do what the fuck I want. As she didn't have to earn it for mine because my kids were grown. I'm older than her. But she would have had to do the same thing, vice versa. So it's more of a trust thing. So the way they describe the whole stepfather narrative, and they just say carte blanche, I think being a stepfather is an individual thing, just like when we asked the question about what do men want from women. It's not a one size fit all. I don't think every man should be a stepfather because every man's not built for it. I think like when you take on the role of being a step parent, you have to understand I have a separate relationship. I get along better with my stepdaughter than I do with my wife. We have a better relationship because I ain't married to my stepdaughter. She looks at me. She called me her bonus dad. That's the language she used. But I have a separate relationship with her that's completely detached. If me and my wife was to split up and divorce today or tomorrow, me and my stepdaughter wouldn't. We would still have the same relationship. But guys don't go into it thinking like that. That's where I think a lot of the problems come from. So to me, it still goes back to being that it's new. And just to close this out, I agree with you, sir. It comes into play, but I think it takes us very much a level of maturity to have that conversation, to even think about a relationship like this. But just to say, don't do it, I'm like, that's just dumb.
Yeah, just to add a little bit of intro before BuilderOfBridges goes. BuilderOfBridges, I really appreciate you jumping on the panel. I know you in real life.
Absolutely.
We work together. I owe you for this, first of all. I really wanted everybody, like I said earlier to start the panel, I appreciate everybody who joined the panel and the audience, specifically you too. You really did me a huge favor for joining this. Like I really think that everybody should hear you, the knowledge that you have, as well as everybody else on the panel. And some of the issues or concerns that I kind of have or that are going on with the Black community revolve around parenting. And I don't have kids, so I can't speak to that. When I had the point about mentoring versus rites of passage, I can't really speak to that. But Rico and you can speak to that. So I wanted you to speak about being a stepfather, why maybe you think men today are discouraging men from being a stepfather. And I want you to go through the list of the bullet points on this too, since you joined.
Sure. I'll tell you. So I met my wife when my stepdaughter was 5, right? And she told me the first day that we talked that she has a daughter and she comes, they come as a package. And so I understood from the very beginning that was her life. And, for me to be a part of her life, I would have to accept that, she has a daughter, right? And at that time, I had to make a decision. At 22 years old, am I ready to be a trio? Or am I ready to kind of be a pseudo father to a 5-year-old girl, right? So that was a decision point, and I feel like I'm a pretty mature guy, pretty responsible guy, respectful and all that, but I still had to think about it because that is a huge responsibility, especially because she was a 5-year-old girl, considering that, all of the things that happened or that have happened or can happen or that we've heard of happening with step parents and neighbors and friends of the family with little girls or little children, I had to think about that. Do I want to be put under that scrutiny? And that was a valid thought, valid process for me to go through because there were members of um, my stepdaughter's father's family that wondered what kind of person was I, right? They wanted to vet me out. They didn't know that, they didn't trust me just because, my wife trusted me or my girlfriend at the time or my friend at the time. So they, they're like, hey, we've got this is our little girl or our niece or, so there was I had to consider whether or not I want to go through that process, right? And I'll tell you, when my daughter graduated from college, um, I had probably 4 or 5 of my stepdaughter's, family members on her dad's side come to me and tell me, "Hey, thank you so much for what you did for our daughter. We're glad that we never had to, we're glad that we never heard anything about you." Meaning, we're glad that we never heard that you touched her or did anything inappropriate, right? And that was, I we had a great relationship, right? But people still felt that way, even to that point, even at the point when she was 23 years old, and I've been in her life at that point for almost 20 years. So, that is a consideration that I had to make. Um, one of the challenges that my friend at the time, before she became my girlfriend, one of the things we had to deal with was, okay, if we want to go out, we can't just say, okay, let's hop in the car and go. Now we have to decide, well, is it all 3 of us going out, or is it just the 2 of us? And if it's 2 of us, then who's going to keep the kid? And so there were a lot of decisions that had to be brought into it. Plus, I was also a student at the time, so was I ready to, almost have a an instant family at 22 years old, right? So, yeah, while, when we met, maybe I wasn't thinking about it at the time. And, I was a young guy, 22 years old. I was probably thinking about one thing, like most of us probably were. And then, once we started talking, I got to like her, and I understood very quickly that, there's more. If this is going to be a relationship, there's more involved in this relationship than I was initially thinking when we met. Right? I
Can
do
I
have
ask
to
you?
take my time and be more mature and be more thoughtful about it. Yes, go ahead.
What's your name again? I don't, want to
Yeah,
address you.
just BuilderOfBridges. Be careful about sharing stuff online. I know
No, I'm
you.
saying, can I just call you Builder?
Yeah, please, please.
Okay, all right. I just wanted to know how to address them. Okay, all right,
No,
cool.
it's cool.
So, and that's great. And brother, man, you knocked it out the park. You killed it. I mean,
Yeah.
everything you said is exactly what I try to tell them. Like you said, it is. And again, like I said, with my stepdaughter, she's 22 now. That was a fear, and I was much. And this is the second time I stepfather, but the first time I stepfathered boys, so I was more comfortable with doing that. I was a single, so we had did my second marriage, because when I got divorced the first time, my first wife left, and I ended up being a single father with 2 young boys. I was
Mhm.
in the military shortly thereafter I got out. I met another young lady with 2 kids, and we decided we would do this blended family thing, right? But she had 2
Mhm.
boys. So
Mhm.
and by then, when I got out the service, I was maybe 26, 27, a little bit older than you were, but I was already a single father, divorced, right? So now I met somebody else with 2 kids, and subsequently she had another kid, thought it was mine, went through the whole paternity fraud shit, right? See, I even been
Mhm.
through that. Oh, I've
Yeah.
got some war stories and some scars. But I
Mhm.
tell people, even in spite of that, I still believe in it, because I know where my mistakes were and things I did wrong, and I don't have any regrets about it. because I want you to say something I'm trying to speak to. So I even got to that, and then my current situation, which was the first time where I had to stepfather a girl, and that was the first thing that. And I met my wife. Like I said, I'll be 60 this month. We've been married 10 years. We got together 12 years ago. So I was, what the hell is 12 from 60? I was 48, right? Okay, so I was 48. So I was older, but it was still a 10-year-old girl. So everything that you said at 22, I was feeling that shit at 48. I was like, oh, Lord. And to add to that, this is an interracial relationship. So now I'm dealing with the culture. We already have the struggle of knowing that, okay, this is interracial. Here, this Hispanic family, they're struggling to accept me. And now I have this 10-year-old child. You know, will people be looking at me like, you know what I'm saying? That fear exists. And I would say to any stepfather, especially, even do it with little boys, but especially with little girls, you should be cautious, and that fear and sense of dread and concern should come up in you, you know, when you're stepfather. It just should. Don't be stupid. Even to the point the first couple of times, and it was weird because when I first got with her mother, I noticed her dad every day would like pick her up from school, bring her home, you know, and shit like that. So you could see the things from the other side of the family, how they're on guard. And I didn't think there was anything wrong with it. You know, I would have did the same thing for my daughter. It's like, hey, you know, they're being a father in the family and protective of their child like they're supposed to. They probably were like, why the fuck you got this black man, blah, 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 blah. But of course, my wife was like, fuck y'all, I'm gonna do what I want, blah, 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 blah. And we were fine. But so I get that. I love all that. What I like, and congratulations to your daughter graduating from college. So we hear all the negatives and the ills about it. Can you tell me after that, can you give these fools some of the positives of being a stepfather or a bonus dad? And salute to you, bonus dad. And I tell them when they're like, oh, I'm like, you don't understand. You get a whole nother child. That loves you. And I don't know, do you have other children other than your daughter?
No, I do not.
I don't even call my stepkids my stepkids. I don't use the word step. I don't believe it. I don't. That's just me. Technically it's true, but I'm like, man, fuck y'all. That's my son. That's my daughter. That's just the way I look at it. And they just call me dad or bonus dad. Okay, that works for me. We don't do the step shit because it's sort of like demoting someone, or you know what I'm saying? And I don't do that. And I'll tell them I'll die for you just like I'll die for the biological one. And to be honest with you, I have a biological child that I have a more strained relationship than I do with my other sons and daughters, that for all the hell and harshness I took them through raising them too, we have a better relationship. So it really doesn't matter when people sit there and make it seem like blood is the end all to be all. It isn't. But can you tell them how wonderful of a relationship you have with your child, your daughter? Because for all intents and purposes, she may still have another dad. She got two dads. I don't care.
Yeah. No, she and I have a great relationship. You know, again, I was 22 years old when we met. I was still in college, and you know, I didn't even have a vehicle. You know, I wasn't ready to. You know, I was still living at home, so I wasn't really ready to be a parent, let alone be responsible for a child, right? Or you know, have a girlfriend, wife, child. I wasn't ready for an instant family at that time. But you know, again, I was a goal-oriented person. I was close to graduating from college, and you know, here I meet this young lady who you know I hit it off with pretty quickly. Me and her mom, and then I meet the daughter, and you know, she's the sweetest she's the sweetest little kid you ever want to meet. Right? Very ambitious, smart. You know, very active. You know, just a really really good kid. And you know, to this day, she's always been that same person. You know, and I'm lucky. I'm lucky because you know we've always had a great relationship. She's made me extremely proud in the almost 30 years that we've known each other, and I care for her deeply. And she is my only child, not just my only daughter, but she's my only child. So she's the only opportunity that I have at this point to say that I'm a dad. She's the reason why I call myself a dad.
You
And
are.
yeah, she's been
You are.
incredible.
Being
Yeah,
a
for sure.
father is not always impregnating a woman. It's
Yeah,
a role. Being a
right.
father is a role that we take on. And not only have I been a father, and I'm sorry for cutting you off, but I want you to understand, like, no, I want you to embrace that, because anytime you take on that role, you are fathering a child.
No, absolutely.
If you're a coach, and she probably worshiped the ground that you walk on,
Yeah, yeah.
you are
We
a father, so don't ever diminish yourself in any way. You're her father, she's your daughter, and I'm so fucking proud. Please tell me you're a black man.
I am.
Okay,
I
thank
am.
you. Okay, because I'm so fucking proud when I hear stories like this, because I just don't know how we got to where we got. I understand the caution. I don't
Hmm.
like the language about
Hmm.
discussing it, and I'm not telling people to run into the shit blindly or recklessly, because I would tell a man, even if you're going to be a stepfather, that don't mean you need to be a stepfather for everybody. You got to find the right family for you.
Yeah, that's right.
What
You
fits
know,
you?
and we have to be careful um, with young children. And I say that because young children, if they like you, they can develop really strong feelings for you, in a hurry. And that's what happened in our relationship. My stepdaughter clung to me whenever I came around. My daughter clung to me whenever I was around, and she would be under me, and she would be with me all the time. Um and I knew at that time that if I'm going to be a part of her life, that I've got to commit to it at that point. I've got to be there, because I didn't want to ever disappoint her or ever want her to feel like she wasn't. That I didn't want her in my life, right? Because of the bond that we developed in a very short period of time, and that's why if you're not ready to make that commitment as a potential father, stepfather, parent, whatever you want to call it, then you have to understand who you are, and if you'll be able to handle situations like that before you decide to move forward, because it can happen really, really quickly. Before you know it, you've got a kid, as soon as you walk in the door, a kid is running and jumping in your lap, and they're hugging you and kissing on you and all this stuff. So you have to know that you're ready for that. And I was able to make that leap, and it wasn't really a leap that I was thinking about making at that time. But I realized the situation that I was in, and I said, yeah, I'm committed to it, and we've been that way ever since. So, I know that not everybody is mature enough to do that. Not everybody is mature enough to be that type of person. There are a lot of men out there that are, that see a young lady, and then um, they want to do wild stuff. I'm not that guy. I'm not that guy. Uh, but you have to know who you are in order to know whether or not you can handle a situation like that. One of the challenges that we used to have when my daughter was in elementary school, middle school, is she was a cheerleader, and she was on drill team and stuff, and she had a bunch of little friends that want to come to the house. So, I come home and there'd be like 7 or 8 girls running around the house, and, you know, I would see the situation and I would walk outside and I would get in my car and I would leave, because because I not that I would ever be tempted, but I didn't want anybody to ever think that there was an opportunity for me to be tempted. You know,
Yep.
the optics weren't good. For me to be there with a bunch of women, the optics weren't good. And I said I had to make the decision that I'm going to separate myself, because I don't want any one of their parents to question me as a man and what I'm doing and what I've done. And I also know stories of men who've been accused of things that they didn't do,
Right.
just because the kid was, skillful enough to be able to lie. And so I didn't want that situation. I mean, I was a young man. I needed to be able to protect myself and my freedom as well. So, and my reputation. So, there are things you have to consider as a potential stepfather. you know, it's not as easy as people think, you know, because again, even though I'm much older now and we've been in each other's lives for almost 30 years, you know, I'm still careful about, you know, certain situations, right? I remember, you know, because of the difference in our ages, we're only about 16 years apart. Uh, we were rarely ever together, just she and I, because people look at you funny.
Mm-hmm.
You know, people see a man walking hand in hand with a little girl, and they don't know the relationship. You know, they could think I'm a predator, they could think I'm a molester, they could, you know, but that's my stepdaughter. And so I saw I saw people looking at me. I saw the stares I got, and it was uncomfortable. And so, you know, at that point, I knew that, you know, for me, it was best that we not be in that situation, you know. So most of the time, if my daughter was there, my wife was also there. You know, my girlfriend at the time, but you know, my wife was also there because it just made it easier for people to kind of figure out what the situation was, you know. And then in this age of in this time of um, predators, sexual predators, sex trafficking, and all that, you have to be careful about all those things, right? And I was very careful about those things. I never want to be, you know, scrutinized or viewed as someone who was doing something illegal or improper or immoral. So yeah, I was very careful about everything I did, and to a certain degree, I am still careful about things because you know I just don't ever want that scrutiny. And even now, my daughter lives here in the home with us. You know, I don't walk around, you know, half dressed. She doesn't either. You know, my wife does whatever she wants, but my daughter and I don't do that. You know, out of respect. You know, we don't, and I actually had to enforce that. That was a rule that I had to enforce. That hey, I'm not going to walk around this way, so you shouldn't either, right? And I think it's just respectful and proper. You know, that even though we've been around each other for 30 years, we still have certain boundaries that we don't cross in our relationship. So that
Okay,
was a long-winded answer, but
so
there we go.
Bridges, I know you joined the panel. You didn't get a chance to answer the questions that are on the first slide. I want you to answer these questions again. The fourth one, what do men want from women? You can just answer from your own perspective, since I know I kind of dropped the ball on that question.
Sure, gotcha. So life as a black man, life as a black man has been interesting for me. Um, I grew up. I was raised by two parents who both grew up very poor, but in different circumstances. My dad grew up poor in the country, and my mom grew up poor in the projects in the city. And so they never had high expectations for their lives, but they did want more for my brother and I. And you know, so we grew up in a modest, you know, modest working class neighborhood. Um, it was a mostly black neighborhood, so I grew up in a black area. High school in my area was all black, but you know I was a good student coming up through elementary school, and my teachers encouraged me not to go to the school in my neighborhood because it was all black and you know it wasn't the best school. They wanted the best opportunities for me, and they wanted me to be challenged. So they encouraged me to join the minority to majority program, which is called the MTM program, which is basically busing. I was bused every morning from, you know, from my area of Atlanta to another part of northern Atlanta. And, you know, I went to school with white kids and Hispanic kids and Asian kids. And, you know, I learned, I was challenged. I was challenged to the degree that I needed to be challenged to become the person that I am today. It was a bittersweet experience because on the one hand, I did get to learn things at a pace and at a rate that I needed to as someone who was, you know, pretty sharp kid. But I also experienced the dark side of being a, you know, an African American in a formerly all white school. I did experience racism. I did experience people who expected less of me and didn't think I was capable or qualified to do things just because I was black. You know, I went through all of that, and my school was integrated probably about 7 or 8 years before I joined, before I started there. And you know, even though it was integrated from the outside looking in, it was integrated, but from the inside, you know, walking around the halls, it was very segregated. So you know, everybody not pretty much hung out with their group, you know, their demographic group, their racial group. You know, you have Asians in one area, whites in one area, blacks in one area. So we all kind of stayed separate unless we had classes together. And unfortunately, the way the classes were structured at this school, most of the general and remedial classes were filled with blacks. That's where they put most of the black kids that came into the school. And then a handful of blacks were in the advanced classes. And I was one that kind of forced my way into the advanced classes. But being in that environment actually prepared me for what I was to experience in college, and also once I started in the working world. You know, I've worked in IT for over 30 years, and you know, even though I was very well educated, very well spoken, articulate, and all those things, working in the industry that I worked in the IT industry, I was always, you know, I felt like I was always judged differently, and the expectations for my performance were different, right? I felt uncomfortable many times speaking in public, you know, because I was worried that, you know, I would say something or do something that people thought was characteristics of the fact that I'm a black man, right? I wasn't I was always proud. I've always been proud of being a black man, but I never wanted to do anything to fit the stereotype of what my audience or the people who were listening to me thought a black man. So every day I walked around trying, you know, kind of uh, not really pretending to be somebody else, because I was still that person, but I was very careful of what I showed people, because people were very judgmental. People are very judgmental. And anything that I did that looked, you know, that would make me look like I was, um, you know, uneducated, violent, dangerous, you know, all the stereotypes that other groups think of black people, I tried to suppress all of those things. They were in me because of where I came from, because of where I was raised. I was raised in the hood, but I knew that, you know, I had to become a chameleon. I had to be able to turn that on and off. You know, now we call it code switching. You know, I had to code switch all the time, because I, you know, worked in a white collar environment. But when I came home, I'm back in the hood. I'm back with my family. I'm spending time with the people I love, and you know, I am who I am. Right. I didn't have to change my presentation. You know, I don't have to do that when I'm at home, but I definitely have to do that, you know, when I'm at work. So, you know, and like I said, even though I'm, you know, well educated, you know, I'm fairly clean cut. You know, I'm professional. I present myself professionally. You know, being a black man in this country doesn't, you know, that doesn't mean that you'll get an easier ride.
Hey,
You know, they
building.
still
I got a question for you. How do you feel
sure.
like the situation you're describing? What about coming from other black men, not just of other races? Do you still feel like some of these stereotypes or prejudice that you were worried about encountering, that those same situations arose with black men as well, or black women?
Wait, I'm sorry. Can you restate your question just so that I make sure I answer it the right way?
Yeah, so I was just asking, like, some of the things that you said, you know, switching codes, just kind of being mindful of your crowd, how you're speaking. What has been your, I guess, what has been the situation for you when you were interacting in a corporate environment with your own black women, black men?
That's a great question. So I'll tell you, most of my experiences in IT have been around white people and Indians, right? Because, you know, obviously Indians are, you know, they're almost predominant now in IT. But you know, whenever I would see a black person in the room or in the space that I was in, we'd always make kind of subtle eye contact, and you know, almost like, "Hey, man, I'm going to catch you in a few minutes." You know, kind of like unspoken language. We would have ways to communicate, because I want to connect with that person, because that was probably the only person that I felt that I could connect to in a way that I didn't have to have my guard up, right? And you know, inevitably it happened. You know, we'd find each other at some point in the day, or at some point, you know, during that period when we worked together, and you know, we connect. You know, we talk. We, you know, let our hair down. We talk about our personal experiences. I mean, it was refreshing. You know, as a matter of fact, our moderator, he and I worked together on a project, and that project actually had, you know, more African Americans. You know, not
Right.
significantly more, you know, but you know, we worked together, and you know, he and I, you know, we were actually on the same team, which was an oddity for me, because most of the time it wasn't like that. You know, it was me and a bunch of white guys, or a bunch of Indians and white guys. So for me to have another black man that I could speak to, that I could, pull to the side and we can have a talk and we can just let our guard down, and just relax for a while, for a moment. Oh, that was, I appreciated having my friend around. I appreciated having the Maroon Tiger around because he was that outlet for me if I ever needed to vent, if I ever needed to, take my guard off, take my shield off, and just kind of relax for a little bit. He was there. Now, I'll be honest, we didn't do that often just because of the circumstances with work, and we were always really busy. But I knew that if I needed to have a conversation with somebody that I felt like I could trust, he was that guy, right? And there were a couple other black guys around that were the same way. And to me, that was important because I think we all ultimately needed the same thing. And it was important that we all found each other because we needed to have that support system, even though we were in situations and places that weren't always comfortable for us. So there's a fraternity. There's that fraternity, that black IT guy fraternity that I was a part of, that unspoken fraternity. And that's I've experienced that for over 30 years.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, for sure. So I guess to sum it up, my life as a black man has been, I've always been a high achiever. I've always been one who strives to do the best that I can, despite, my upbringing, despite the odds, despite the expectations or lack of expectations that people had on me. I've always wanted to be an example of the potential of black man, right? And I've always realized the importance of my role in being that guy, right? Not being that typical guy, because I've got cousins, nephews, friends, people that were in my same age group that watched me that I had no idea were watching me, just kind of studying me. I had friends that were like no more than 4 or 5 years younger than me that would tell me, man, I've been watching you for a long time and I appreciate how you handle yourself. I'm like, why are you looking up to me? Like, why are you saying that about me? But they were looking for someone who was different, someone who was cut from a different mold than what they were used to seeing. And I never turned my back on anybody. I never tooted my nose at anybody, who was who fit that mold, because that was who I am. That's a part of it. That's one of the skins that I wear, is that guy, right? I blend in wherever I go. So I don't toot my nose up to anybody like that. But I also understand the importance of being an alternative example for kids to see and for people to follow, because unfortunately we don't always have there aren't as many of us that are willing to be that guy. Remember, back in the day, Charles Barkley says, I'm not a role model, right? And he's one of the richest people in the world, black man who made it from Alabama, but he says, I'm not a role model. Your parents should be the role model. I get why he said it, but that's an indication that not everybody's willing to take that responsibility. And I've always been willing to take that responsibility, just because I've always been that guy.
Builder, can I ask you a question? And
Absolutely.
I want to ask everybody, just for my information, so that I'm not so much in the dark, and maybe the listeners won't be either. Can we all at least state our age or age-ish? You can lie by a year or two over or under. You know what I'm saying? So that
yeah, for sure.
So when we're talking, people kind of understand. I'll just state for a fact I'm 60, or will be in a couple of weeks. So I'm just gonna claim 60.
Sure, absolutely. I'm very proud of my 52 years, because I have a lot of friends that didn't make 18.
How many? How old are you?
50. I'm 52.
Oh, okay, excellent. Congratulations,
52.
sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
OB,
I'm 38.
38. Chris,
I'm 42 this year.
Okay, all right. So I think hopefully it gives the listeners and all of us a reference point when we're talking. But go ahead. I just wanted that information. That's all.
Sure.
I do think it helps. And it's not to say that if you were 25, it would make your words any less impactful, because it wouldn't. But then it also adds a certain thing when people say a much older person. we're not
Yeah.
going to act like age and wisdom don't matter, because
Yeah.
I always tell people wisdom is just experience.
Well, Rico, that's a good
Yeah.
segue, because like that's the reason why I wanted Builder Bridges on this panel, is like, and you and OB, because you and Builder Bridges specifically are a little bit older than OB and I, and you can speak to stuff that we didn't get to see. So I wanted
Yeah.
people, and y'all both have kids, so y'all
Yeah.
bring that element too.
You know, I'll tell you. Let me explain my name, the Builder of Bridges. I chose that name very specifically because one of the things that I believe in is building bridges between older generations of our people and the younger generations. I like to think of myself as a conduit between those. Right. I like to bring my grandfathers and my uncles into conversations with my nephews and and younger people. And I think as black men, we have to look for opportunities to build that bridge more than we do, because there's so much history, so much knowledge. There's a wealth of information that we can learn from older generations that, unfortunately, that aren't being passed down like they used to be back in the day, right? Back in the day, kids used to go and hang out. Like I used to hang out with my granddad, and we sit and talk for hours. I don't know that people are having those conversations. The kids are having those conversations, right? And I would love to be a builder of that bridge between those two generations, the generation before me and the generation after me, generations after me. So that's why I chose that name, Builder of Bridges. And I like what you're doing with this panel, Chris, because I think it is one of the goals I like to achieve in my life, is to help to connect people together of different generations so that we can learn from each other and we can grow and build with each other.
Yeah, that was exactly the motivation. And I'm going to let you get back to answering the questions. But that was exactly the motivation for creating this panel. We did like a women's panel about 3 weeks ago. Is I see today, with social media, there's a growing gap between men and women. There's a growing gap between where men want to be and where they're at, in a lot of cases. And I think, like you said, they're missing that elder statesman. They're missing the being held accountable from their friends, from other. They're missing maybe the father figure. And I'm like, I want my inspiration for this was like, let's elevate the conversation of as men, and then help inspire other men to realize, listen, fighting women and disparaging women, that's not what a mature man does. I want to show people what does maturity look like. That's actually a question I want to segue to in another section, but I want you to continue going back, answering your questions.
Sure. Let me hit the second bullet, the pressure of being a black man. um, I'm sure that many of us have had the experiences that I've had as a black man, walking into a grocery store, walking into a department store, being followed, walking down the street in in a neighborhood that's, a nicer neighborhood, and having people look at you funny and kind of wonder why you're there. There's been, a lot of things that have happened in recent history to people who have been in that situation. So I think that those are kind of common experiences that I think many of us have had. And I'll tell you, one of the things that's happened to me, and I'll give you guys a couple of stories from my life in IT and the pressure of being a black man in IT. I did a project for a company that was based in the Midwest, and this was at the time when we actually had to wear shirt and ties to work, right? So it wasn't casual; it was shirt and ties, and so I had a shirt and tie on, and I'm I'm in a 3-story building, and I'm going down the stairs to go get lunch because I had a meeting right after lunch. So I get on the elevator, get down to the bottom floor. I start running down the stairs of this small downtown, the small town in the Midwest. Well, I'm running, to get to a restaurant, and there was an elderly white woman up ahead of me, and I didn't think anything about it. But when she heard my footsteps, or when she turned around and saw who she thought I was, she almost broke her neck crossing the street. She almost tripped and fell, just
The
trying to
way
hobble
we're
across the
doing it
street.
is Rebecca's going next week, then I go the week after, and then Jimena's going the
Hello,
week after. Oh, I'm sorry.
hello. Okay,
Yeah, I'm sorry. Let me shut up. I was supposed to be on mute.
all good, all good. So like I said, I was, I was, I saw her, and I wasn't right behind her. I was kind of off to her left, but back behind her. But she saw me running, and she was immediately, you know, in fear. And right, so I had to realize, oh, wait a minute. Even though I've got a shirt and tie on, I'm still a black man running down the street behind a white woman, right? So I better, you know, be a little bit more cautious and maybe, you know, not run right behind her, not run past her. So anyhow, that happened. You know, she was crossing the street and she finally made it over. And you know, I didn't say anything. I didn't stop. I just kept on going. I got my lunch and I came back. On another occasion, similar situation. I'm coming back from lunch, and you know, again, I'm in a 3-story building, shirt and tie. I get on the elevator, and I'm walking to the elevator, and the elevator doors are about to close. So I kind of grab the elevator door so that they don't close. And there's a white woman standing there in the elevator. Well, she's got a purse under her arm, and when she sees me walk onto the elevator, she moves as far away from me as she can in the elevator, so that we're kind of diagonal across the elevator. And I kind of walk right to the back, put my back against the back wall. She clutches her purse. She kind of puts her purse, you know, under her arm, and kind of faces the wall of the elevator. Now, mind you, we're in the corporate headquarters for a large company, but we have to badge in and out. So nobody in the building is, you know, a stranger, you know, is unknown. You have to badge in and out. And, you know, it's a 3-floor building. So, you know, I didn't think that there was a reason for her to be that alarmed. But anyhow, you know, we're going up the elevator, and I'm quiet. I'm standing there quiet as a church mouse. I didn't want to breathe because I could see that she was terrified. So we get to the 3rd floor. And when we got to the 3rd floor, which is the floor that I was getting off on, and also the floor that she was getting off on, she gets off, she starts walking down the hall. And I think when she got about, you know, maybe 8 to 10 paces off the elevator, I stepped off the elevator and then I called her name. She turned around and she saw my face and she realized who I was. I'm the guy that sits right next to her. I'm in the cubicle that sits right next to her. But on that elevator, she didn't see my face. She saw a black man, right? She didn't see the fact that I had on a shirt and tie and that I had a badge and that I was there for work. She saw a black man. And so, you know, the lesson that I learned there was, I don't know what that lesson was actually, because I don't know that there was anything that I could have done differently, right? And I don't know that there's anything that I really should have done differently because I didn't do anything wrong, but it made me ultra aware of my presence as a black man, no matter what I was wearing. You know, and I'm a tall guy. I'm a tall guy. I'm 6'3". I'm about 245 pounds now. Back then, I was probably about 210 pounds. But you know, I wouldn't say that I'm that imposing looking, but maybe to her, I was. So, you know, for me, when we talk about the pressure of being a black man, those are 2 instances in corporate America that I've had to deal with, where I had to be ultra aware of where I was. You know, I had to have situational awareness. Where was I? You know, who was I around? You know, what kind of environment was I in? And I had to kind of, uh, I don't want to say make myself smaller, but I guess ultimately that's what I did, was make myself smaller and less imposing, just so that these people around me weren't scared or intimidated, right? So that was those are 2 stories from my corporate America days. I'm still in corporate America, but those are 2 stories from that environment. But you know, I think many of us have been in the same situation, in situations where we've been pulled over by police, and you know, police come up and you know they've got their guns drawn, and you know, I learned a long time ago: 2 hands on the steering wheel, roll the window down before he gets there, have your wallet in your hand, your driver's license, insurance. Make sure that everything that he would want from you is visible, that he sees 2 hands and he sees everything. I've had that situation so many times, so many times. In fact, one time it happened to me, and it was a black man that was a police officer. And so again, my procedure didn't change because he was a black man. He was still a police officer, so I still handled that the same way. But you know, once he realized that I was not a threat, then he said, you know, man, I really don't want to give you this ticket because I know you're just trying to get to wherever you're trying to go. I'm like, okay, then why are you giving me the ticket? Right? So it was kind of a weird situation, but we ended up having a 15-minute conversation about black men that have been shot and killed by police officers, right? And he wanted to debunk the notion that that Black people, that's a thing, right? He didn't think that was a thing. And I'm like, how can you say it's not a thing, right? This is happening at an alarming rate. Black people are getting killed for just being Black,
So
walking down the street.
what do you think some of the solutions are?
That's a good question. So some of the solutions, so everybody says, oh, we need to, education. I don't think education is going to change the way somebody feels deep down, their inherent fear, right? I don't know that education is the answer. I don't have a good solution for you, to be quite honest with you, because if I had the solution, I would share it, share it around the world, so that we didn't have another Sonia Massey. We didn't have a, Trayvon Martin, and I wish there was a solution. I wish there was a solution that all of us could implement, but I don't
So
know. I
what do
think
you think about just educating yourself just to better your community? So when I say education, I feel like that's the conclusion that I came up with. Just education as far as like here in Texas, a lot of people are starting to go to private schools, whether they're created by the church or whatnot, but, with more Black teachers and things of that nature. So when I say education, and I'm also speaking from a standpoint of myself, when I was in school, it was just enough to play sports, whatever. Yes, of course, I wanted B's and A's, but if I didn't get a B and I passed, I wasn't going to be crying because I got a C and I can still play in the basketball game instead of getting a B. I took a liking to education as I got older. And probably the only reason I took a liking to it, my best friend is African. So his mother's Ghanaian. I don't remember where his father is from. So they were just really heavy on education. So no matter what, when I went to their house and I told them, oh, I'm doing this, or like when I was 21 years old, I franchised off a janitorial cleaning company, and I thought that was the biggest deal. They cleaned for like the Texas Rangers ballpark. Still to this day, they're the official cleaning company of the PGA Tour and the Dallas Cowboys stadiums. And I remember going to like tell his dad that's what I was doing. And it was just like, yeah, that's good. Now, what about this school? Like, I'll get behind that, but what about this school? So that's kind of where I picked that up at. And then that friend, he came from better economic background than me. So he would take me to some of the nicer areas. I know Gen Z, if he's still in the chat, he goes to SMU University. So that's the same school that I believe Lord Bush graduated from. They got the George Bush Library. Mark Cuban lives in that neighborhood here in Dallas. When I went jogging in that neighborhood, I've jogged right past Troy Aikman maybe like 5 years ago, like it just wasn't any big deal. I've seen Terrell Owens down there shopping. So in other words, it's our money area. And that same African friend was the one that started to take me to those areas. When I went to those areas, I would see like the coffee shops, and that's when I started to see the Lamborghinis and the Rolls Royce, because most kids don't really, I mean, if you're like me, you live in the suburbs, you're not really hanging out in the city as a high school kid. Like, you just don't have any reason to be downtown. You're not frequenting any, W hotels or luxury places like that. You're not going to any luxury cigar shops. So why would you, be there situation? But as that friend started to take me to those places, I would realize, wow, all the SMU kids, they're here. Like at the coffee shop, they have the BMWs that the guys in my neighborhood want to hustle for and try to get. When the summertime hits, they're pulling up to the Mi Casina Mexican restaurants. It's 8 Ferraris out front, 3 Rolls Royce. That was my first time seeing those type of things, not just being in a rap video. That same best friend took me to test drive a Bentley. And he was like, you want to drive it? And I was like, nah, there's no way. And once we left, I told him there was no way I was going to drive a car that cost more than the house that I lived in. Type of situation. So those things, just, I guess ultimately what I'm trying to say is I started to see the benefits of education. Then it started to make sense to me. I have a master's degree from Arizona State University. I graduated with a 4.0 GPA in liberal studies with an emphasis in stock market investing. And as I said, I probably graduated with whatever the bare minimum is to graduate high school. But just being able to actually see the benefits of what education can do for you. Seeing the mothers sitting down at the bookstores when the mothers was 46, 47, and I'm like, wow, but her kid's only 4. But the difference was, they were hopping out of the brand new Escalade and the kid in the back. So just, it gave me something to inspire to. So when I say education, I feel like just from my own standpoint, educating yourself so you can make a difference in your community. And then just makes you more prideful. When you understand where you come from, then you have more pride about yourself. and some of the things I feel like as a youngster that maybe I was ashamed of, then I understood why it was happening, so I was no longer ashamed of it. Once again, I started to take pride in it. You know what I mean? So that's just my
Yep.
take from it. I think
Yeah.
that's one of the benefits of education. I feel like, you know, we just need to start educating ourselves to make that difference. I've even heard people talk about like segregation. You know, I wish, you know, we wouldn't have integrated. It hasn't helped anything. But I was watching a documentary today, and it was talking about Chicago crime. Two white gentlemen, and they were just talking about like all the corruption in that city. They mentioned statistics like 20% of people not at the right reading level and things of that nature. And they were saying that city is still very segregated. Once again, I'm a
Hmm.
Southern boy. I'm in Texas. But I recall like going to a job. I had a job thing. It was in Reading, Pennsylvania. So my wife went with me, and we just turned it into a vacation, my work trip or whatever. So after my little week was done at the work trip, she hung out at the hotel. You know what I mean? Played on the computer, those type of stuff. I went and did my meetings. Then she put in some PTO. And after all that was over, we just turned to vacation. So we went to Philadelphia, and just seeing like they had Little Italy and Chinatown, that segregation. Like I don't really have that in Texas.
Hmm.
Being able to go to places like New York. I hear nowadays a lot of people say all the Jews have money. As a Texas boy, you don't really see many Jews walking around here as if I was, you know, on the East Coast, those type of situations. So I just feel like those are the reasons we need to educate ourselves, just so we can understand how to navigate to get what we need to kind of get to. Um, Even like Asian community, if you look at the average income per race, Asians, you know, make more money than white people. That's just a fact. You know, you can look on any government website and it says Asian man makes more than a white man, and the same thing with the ladies. One of the things we push is voting. But one of the things I learned in my undergrads is most Asians don't participate in voting. They just don't do it, but yet they're still striving ahead. I don't know so much about the Indian race, but I feel like we could all say that with them as well, that they're kind of thriving in America. And they definitely have those races and stereotypes as well. You know, I was watching TV the other day, and a guy, it was like 90 Day Fiance to be exact. And he was saying, I'm not going to go visit your family because they called me a terrorist, and that's the worst thing you could tell a Muslim. So they have those same things too, but why are they still able to succeed? And the only common denominator that I can see is just they have a better sense of community and not misinformation. And that's why I was saying I feel like life as a black man for me, just a whole bunch of misinformation, um, just in our community. But I'll let you or Chris kind of go and kind of take off from there. You know, I hope to hear y'all's
Yeah.
thoughts on those subjects. I know I was kind of everywhere.
Yeah, that's okay. No, I mean, in terms of education, you know, I'm always a proponent of formal education. You know, I don't think that getting a college degree is, you know, is never a bad thing in my opinion, other than the debt that you incur from, you know, being, you know, in school. So I would always encourage people to go to college and get a, you know, get an advanced degree. Now, not everyone is a student, so college isn't the best option. It's not the option for everybody, and I understand that, you know, full well. So for people who don't have college as an option for them, you know, then you know, they develop. Hopefully, they'll develop skills and find ways to take care of themselves and sustain themselves, or be educated in other ways. Right? Education is not always formal. I think I saw somebody in the chat that said that education is not always formal. Life skills are a must, and I absolutely agree with that. And I think one of the things that happened with me, to help me to get better educated, I'll say informally, is going to a school outside of my area, right? Going to an integrated high school, a recently integrated high school, where I got to experience different people, different things. I got to see different things, right? Once I got into IT, I started traveling. I became a road warrior. I'm on the road every week for almost 30 years. So I got to experience different cities. I've traveled all over this country, and I've worked in Canada, and, you know, all over the place. So from a personal standpoint, to me, formal and informal education is absolutely something that I've always felt is necessary in our community. Now, education also, you know, again, I talked about building that bridge, right? Building the bridge between the older generations and the younger generations. that's also an education process, building that path, building that channel to bring people together so that you can teach each other, right? I think that's another key focus area that we need to turn to try to hopefully stem some of the things that have happened to us, right? Which we have to educate ourselves. We have to become that village to raise our children and raise our families, right? We have to leverage that village that we have around us, right? Um, I don't know that there's one clear solution that will solve the problems that we're dealing with today, but education is definitely one that will, it's a plus. It's definitely a plus, no matter which way you look at it, formal, informal. Education is always a key to hopefully ending any kind of ignorance.
Okay. Okay. What do you think, Chris? I want to hear your thoughts on it, boss.
Yeah, I think education, and there's a couple other slides that kind of get into this. And one of the points I think was the kind of the rites of passage, but or sorry, not that slide, but I think when I was talking about earlier about how I think our community really needs more, a little bit more mentoring, more positive examples of men rising up in their manhood and not not the Arrested Development. But I think it just depends on I think education is extremely important. I think, and I'll tell a little bit of story time on that. I was really, I'm really thankful that I have an undergraduate degree. I have a friend who's extremely brilliant. He's maybe like, let's just say a handful of credits short of like graduating with his like econ degree. His skills are just about his skills are on par with mine. We just, maybe have a different flavor here too of direction. We go in just different directions, and he himself would tell me, as he's trying to do like working as like a freelancer, yes, you can, experience and skills can sometimes trump kind of carry you in the hiring process, but it's going to also sometimes hold you back a little bit, and he's feeling that because it could matter in terms of the certain level you come in, and that could be and that's also gonna be tied to the salary. So he's trying to go back and finishing his degree, but I think it's extremely important. I think that's one of the things I think on the next slide that I was actually going to be talking about in terms of, Builder of Bridges. This channel is actually it's an anti-passport bro channel. I don't know if you've ever heard of that term. Have you heard of that term? Probably not.
I'm sorry, what was anti what?
It's called there's a term called passport bros. You probably haven't heard the term.
No, I haven't.
Let me just give you a little introduction. Have you heard of Manosphere? Have you heard of Red Pill? Have you heard of that? You may not have heard of those either.
Yeah, I've heard of those.
Okay, so the Passport Bros are a group that spawned from the Black Manosphere. That they're the guys saying, they're all three of those things. They're anti-feminist. They're anti-women. They're anti-empowerment of women and anti-advancement of women. But the Passport Bros are a different flavor of. They're guys who are claiming to be. We want traditional wives. We want women to stay. We want to be stay-at-home. We want stay-at-home wives, and they're saying they can't find any women in the country because the Western society has poisoned these women, so they have to go overseas to red light districts and find quote unquote traditional wives. But we've figured out that it's all BS. It's all balderdash. They're going over there because they're attention and affection starved, and for the most part. Are there some guys who find some international wives? Sure, but it's all a front. And we're seeing that men in this country are really having a tough time because of the advancement of women. They're not able to have and the economy. It's just very expensive. So a lot of these men, just like the Kevin Samuels and Manosphere crowds, they're just acting out. They're trying to disparage women. I'm kind of getting a little bit off topic, but I wanted to give you a flavor. Like, this channel is anti that. It's anti-misogyny. It's anti-passport. It's anti-manosphere. So that's what this panel is about too. Is just to kind of like, I want to try to put some energy out there in the universe and show men, the men who are acting up, the men who aren't growing up, and the who refuse to grow up. Listen, we have examples of manhood on here from different ages, different eras, and we're going to show you that you don't have to give up. You don't have to. Being a man is not disparaging women. and show them examples of what true manhood looks like, and with people who are still working on that today. It's like it's not to say. I think one of the things that like people get bogged down is they try to emulate another man, and that's especially with manhood. Like we're taught like you need to be an alpha man. So a lot of these men look up to like Andrew Tate. I had a father and mother and grandparents that really instilled a lot of what do I want to say? Like not just in ambition, but just confidence, and help shape me to be the person who I am today. Some people may or may not have had some of those things, and they're falling victim to like the Andrew Tates, the Kevin Samuels, where I think I've said on some of these panels like we've lost the art of like being a gentleman. Men are being called simps, and I think it's kind of a coping mechanism. This whole manosphere stuff is a big coping mechanism for men who don't want to look themselves in the mirror and say, "This is why I'm lacking. This is why I'm having a hard time in dating. This is why This is why my marriage might have failed. This is why I might not have a lot of friends and things like that." So men are struggling, and that's why in this country and in this climate, and that's why I'm trying to put this panel together I want us to talk about solutions. I want to talk about what we're seeing to kind of maybe help turn things around and help other men who want to be online trolls and realize that's not getting you anywhere. What does true manhood, masculinity look like? But I think I got off the point. But I want to give you some exposition about the Manosphere, past pros, and all that kind of stuff. But I think, like I said, I think that education is extremely important. Yes, if you work in IT, if you work in certain fields, you can get around without you can get around with certifications. Like I work kind of in the IT business intelligence space, where it's more of like a hybrid business and tech. And honestly, I could do a lot of damage, and I have on the back of like an undergrad and some tech certifications. But would I want to go the route of no undergrad and just tech certifications? I don't know. I would still, want, whenever I have children I would encourage them to go to college. Because it does make things a little bit harder. There are some outliers who didn't go to college, and they're, doing maybe better than people who've gone to college. But I think that it helps to open up doors. And one of the things that you'll see, Builder Bridges, is a lot of these new age anti-woman movements, they surprisingly preach that they don't want women who are educated. They preach to men, don't date a woman with a high earning degree. Don't date a woman who's highly educated. They're scared of it for some type of reason. And I'm trying to kind of put out energy and say, listen, that's what you should want. You should want, what do you want? You should want a woman that's extremely intelligent to pass that down to your children. You should not, they're trying to kind of like almost roll back. They're setting in my opinion, kind of setting black men and the black community back in their insistence on, they want to be the big man so bad that they're willing, it threatens their existence to have someone who can think on their level, who might be more ambitious than them, who might have a stronger career than them.
Yeah, man, to be quite honest with you, those platforms and those people like Andrew Tate, their whole philosophies are rooted in their own personal insecurities. And it's all insecurity, right? If you were secure with yourself as a man, it wouldn't matter how much your spouse made, right? You have to be confident. You have to be secure in who you are. And just like this whole, I saw an acronym the other day, WAR. What is it? Something against, whites against replacement, something like that. It was something like that. But there's a group in Tennessee, and they were protesting, and they were walking through the streets of Tennessee, and they were harassing black people because they don't like minorities because they feel like everyone's trying to replace them. That is an insecurity. If you were secure in who you are and what you can do and what your capabilities are, you would not feel that way, in my opinion, right? So yeah, those sites are, I have a cousin that called me asking me about Andrew Tate. I said, man, change the channel. Like, get off that page. that guy is terrible. I mean, he's there's something in his profile that makes him feel inferior to somebody, to some men or to women or whoever. And that's why he becomes hyper aggressive or hyper masculine, right? And that's all. It's all up front, man. I think people like that are just immature. They need some therapy probably, but I think it's all insecurity and just lack of maturity.
Great answer.
Yeah.
What do you think about more school teachers, Chris?
I
More
think
black school teachers, more male school teachers.
I hear it. Let's let's just segue to the next section because that's being talked about over there. So I think we've touched on some of these, and I definitely want to retouch on some of these topics. But like, I hear that I have some screenshots. Let me see if I can post some of those. Let's get into that. Let me give me 1 second. Share screen window. Hold on. Entire screen. Give me 1 second. Photos, maybe. So, actually, let me share something different. Let me just look at this one. This one. Let's see. Not this one. Not this one. Actually, I'll just look offline and try to see what if I can find it. But it's I've heard some stories about that. About how men are, one of the reasons why they think men are failing is because there aren't enough male teachers in school. I mean, the problem with that they say also is that one of the reasons why men avoid being teachers is because it's a low-paying profession. So the challenge is if we want to see more male teachers, the men who come into that profession are going to have to tackle and encounter and acknowledge the fact that women aren't paid very well to do this very necessary profession. So they're going to kind of have to acknowledge the wage gap. So I when you bring up
but it's fair to say that we got African American men. We're the lowest. We're at the very bottom of the food chain when it comes to income. So it's enough of us who can live off, the 60 to 65 or the 50 to 55,000. That's just fair to say, because the average black man doesn't make 55,000. I'm sure if we looked that up, without me looking at it, I would like if you went ahead and pulled it up, but I'm sure it's well under 55, 65. The average black man makes like 35,000. And then, we talk about school, the more you go to the MBAs and those type of things, you have more math, which math, I've even been told from professors, it's a weeding out process to make people quit. A lot of this math you don't even use. Cal 1, Cal 2, Algebra 1, Algebra 2, Statistics 1, Statistics 2, and it's probably 2 more maths that I'm forgetting, that I'm leaving out. So, I mean, I feel like we can't say financial. That's the reason for it. We can't say we're the poorest and most people don't even make what they make, but yet we don't want to do it because they don't make anything.
Yeah, let me share my screen. Maybe I can get this right now. I want to share a couple of things. This for kickers, it shows that in the 90s, women they've been outpacing us in degrees. This is not necessarily by race, but just by gender. Another one that I thought that was really important to show. Let me see if I can find it. I think it might be this, where right here, they're showing like by income level of like household, the difference between in terms of percent of enrollment by race and gender. And it's kind of showing like, I feel like when I looked at this last night, I was like, this is kind of like the red pill, Manosphere, passport bro issue right here. Is their plight is they're so discouraged that, women are advancing, women are making more. They're dying to have these traditional households, but they can't really afford them anymore. But they're also, I would guess, probably not very educated too. So I thought this was like a really interesting graphic to kind of show like where the solid dots are the men, the hollow dots over here, and you can see like they're by race, by income level. For the most part, for the majority of these situations, they're outpacing the men.
Can you read some of it? It's a little hard for me to see it, but you can read it. We can't read it.
Let me see if I can.
I'm sorry, boss.
No. It's let me see if I can go full. screen with this. Let me see if I can zoom in. Let me do that again.
And I like what who said as well, as far as, teaching in grade school or middle school or high school, that's not the end of all. Like, you can always go back, increase. You can become a principal. And that's kind of some of the things that, kind of like I would say it, I say it all the time, and I always post the income, because it's always, as I've kind of seen just the ladies in general say, everyone makes six figures, but then when you look at the numbers, everyone can't make possibly six figures. Me working in supply chain and logistics, I manage 60 drivers, CDL Class A drivers per night, 60 to 70 drivers, 30 to 40 guys who are just certified on a forklift. And who does that? So we're managing 100 people. There's only 4 supervisors, and there's only 1 manager per shift. So everyone can't, realistically be the top guy who makes $100,000. You look at a school, there's 30, 40 teachers in there, and there's only 3 to 4 principals in there, maybe 5. Everyone obviously can't be a principal. Like I heard, last week, people kind of saying, that's kind of throwing a pity party, but I don't think that's a pity party. I think that that's a reality that most of us need to know. As I was kind of saying, how are we going to make 6 figures if we don't even want to look at the realities of what it takes to make 6 figures?
Yeah.
One of my thoughts on black men, the absence of black male teachers, is this. I think the presence of black men in the school, no matter what his role is important, is almost critical. And I'll give you 2 examples. One, my wife's father was a janitor at the school, at an elementary school. And he probably saved more kids and kept more kids out of trouble than any other teacher in that school, just because for his presence and for the fact that he cared about the kids enough to intervene in situations, or to, tell them something positive, or, keep them from doing something stupid, right? But just having that presence, them knowing that, that janitor down the hall saw me do something, or was watching me, or having that presence in the classroom, or having that presence in the building, that kids can say, you know what, yeah, that person's going to hold me accountable. That person's going to, kind of keep me on the straight and narrow. I think he wasn't a teacher. I don't know if he even graduated high school, but his presence meant so much to those kids. There are kids to this day that still talk about the impact that he had on their lives. And the second example is, I had again, I went to a black elementary school, but I went to a white high school. My most impactful teacher, or my most impactful person in that school, was my PE teacher. And not because he taught me PE and taught me how to play sports, but because he was a strong black male figure that I looked up to and I respected. And I knew that, if I did something stupid, that guy's probably going to give me the business. You know what I'm saying? I loved all my teachers, all the black teachers, white teachers, everybody. But that guy changed me. He impacted my life more than other people would even realize. Right. So I think having that presence, even if we're not teachers, but just being present in those schools, maybe as substitute teachers, or as, whatever kind, I don't know. I don't know what other roles we can play in the school, but I'd be more than happy to be a substitute teacher. If I had the time to do it, if I had the cycles to do it, if I could do it on the weekends, I would do it, because I think that's what kids, that's the example that kids need to see, is somebody in that school that cares about them, not necessarily as there to teach them English or math or whatever, but somebody who's like them, who looks like them, that's willing to talk to them and be a presence in their lives. I think that's one of the things that schools are really missing, is just the presence of black men in schools.
Yeah,
I think just representation, just in general, just seeing someone who you can relate to. Yeah, just having someone who can relate to, understands what you're going through, maybe at home. I remember in 8th grade, a coach telling me, I don't care how good you are. He knew I was the best. He said, I don't care how good you are. I'm not picking you on the team just because I don't like your attitude. And it wasn't even, I don't like your attitude in the sense that you've been in the rack room or you've been in detention for the last month. It was more so, you bully the other guys, because you think you're so good. So you talk to them crazy. And I think the message he was trying to convey could have been good, but I think of as him being a white man, went to Texas A&M College trying to speak to a kid who never even had a family member graduate college from that home. He couldn't relate to that. You know what I mean? He couldn't stoop down and kind of maybe explain to me why it means more to be a team player, maybe pass that ball, even if you can score it, to get other people involved in it, like those type of lessons. And I think that just goes back to representation. If you don't understand it, it's hard to relate to it.
Well,
and if you can't relate to it, then you can't explain how someone can get out of it.
So let me flip it like this, because like I said, like one of the main issues is like being a teacher, working in education can often be a low paying job. Like in the event that we don't see a rise in male teachers coming back, because I think that's one of the things I think that both of y'all hit it on the nail on the head, is like they're speaking about just the male crisis. Like the men in the United States are in a crisis, and they're kind of speaking when they look back at the younger boys. They're saying one of the factors might be that we don't have a lot of male teachers. In the event that we don't see that trend change, what are some other factors that you think that could help encourage men to stay in school and pursue college or education?
Truth telling, making people feel comfortable. Like, I had so many family members who had backgrounds and felony backgrounds, and you see them at home and you go talk to these guys and they talk to you, and some of them try to guide you right and some don't. But I didn't know until I became an adult. Like, damn, some of these guys are sitting at home not because they want to, but society's kicked them out because they have a felony and they can't get a job, even if they try to go to McDonald's and those type of things. And I think some of that comes from kind of like they say, parents, you don't want to at too early an age start teaching kids about financial problems and that type of stuff. I think it came from those type of things. And some of it was just peer embarrassment. It's kind of hard to tell a younger cousin or the younger kid in the neighborhood who looks up to you that he's older than, man, I'm really not that great. I messed up at 18 and I've been stuck to this system. Backgrounds, I heard someone talk about like getting their background expunged. And one of the things I was bringing up, like, yeah, you can get your background expunged and you can work in certain industries, but people don't talk about, like licensings to be a nurse. You'll never probably get that licensing of a nursing certification if you have a background, whether expunged or not, because they're going to be able to see it because it's a different type of background. It's a federal background check. A lawyer, a school teacher. Why not put some of these people in school who've had run-ins with the law, who can tell, a youngster why you want to avoid that, or tell a young lady why you don't want to dance in the strip club, what could possibly go, going down that path of life.
Yeah. I remember when I was in elementary school, we used to have programs where, people would come in to speak to the school, like, come into the auditorium and they would give speeches. And I remember one year, Dr. Benjamin E. Mays spoke at my school. And I remember how profound that was because, he was a very old man at the time. He was in a wheelchair, but, he had a presence about him and a power about him that just, it was powerful. I saw him and I fell in love with him because he was just such a powerful speaker, and the way he presented himself, and it made me feel good. And I don't know if they do that nowadays. I don't know if they have those types of speaking opportunities in schools, but I think those are necessary. Those are necessary in schools. I think that when there's an opportunity for us to speak on a panel like this, or to speak in an auditorium full of children and young people, I think we should go back. We should tell our stories. We should help kids. We should talk to them.
Well, Bridges, I'll interject and say, when I worked at your company that will remain nameless, I was part of the African American ERG. And I said, and I was like one of the co-chairs in the Atlanta office, and I was one of the co-leads of the professional development program. And I said, hey, I want to go talk to some high school students and kind of encourage them to enter IT and show them, hey, you don't have to be a coder. You can be on the business side, because I felt like in high school, we might be losing, some Black people, specifically boys, where some people they might feel discouraged if they don't see people who look like them in a certain space or trade or career. And I wanted to show them, like, hey, there's a lot of it's a great career. There's a lot of money to be made. And there are people who look like you here. And I want to get rid of this misconception that you have to be a coder to work in IT. You don't.
Right. Yeah, no, you're right. You know, the other thing is, it's one thing to reach them in school, right? It's one thing to be able to talk to kids in school and have a presence there, but also outside of school. I'm learning to embrace. I accept my age. I'm very happy with my age, but I'm learning to embrace the fact that I am an older person now, right? I was walking in a store the other day, and I think I present myself a certain way. Not that I'm always dressed up or anything. I was casual in t-shirt and some sweatpants or something like that. But I think the way I walk and the way I move, people notice. People see that, and particularly young man. So I was walking through the door. It was a convenience store, and this young man was standing on the inside of the door. And as I opened the door, he was about to come out, and I held the door for him. And he said, "Oh, I appreciate you, Unc. Thanks." And I was thinking, why is he calling me Unc? Like, I'm not that old. I didn't think of it at the time because he looked like he was probably in his, late 20s, early 30s, and I'm 52. So I'm thinking, why is this kid calling me Unc? But, I have a gray beard and, I am a little bit more mature, a little older. And, my profile is different than what he's used to seeing, I'm guessing, But out of the show of respect, he calls me Unc. And that wasn't the first time somebody's called me Unc like that. And that younger generation, we have to strive to be the example no matter where we are, whether we're teaching in the school or whether we're walking down the street, walking through the mall, wherever we are. If as responsible Black men, if we could make the pledge to try to be an example wherever we go, right. I think that example, people see that, kids see that. I mean, this guy had no reason to speak to me, but he wanted to, and not only did he speak to me, he acknowledged me as Unc in terms of, in a respectful way. Right. But it's the way you present yourself, the way you present yourself, and not everybody wants to, necessarily be on their P's and Q's all the time, but we always should be aware of people that are watching us. I learned that self-awareness at a very young age because I have a younger brother and I have younger, cousins and stuff. And they always looked up to me. And my grandparents used to always tell me, hey, you got to be an example for your brother. You got to take care of your mom, when your dad's not there and all this. So I was taught to be more responsible, from a very early age, and always be aware of the image that I present and the way I handle myself, because people are always watching me. So I've always been aware of it, but not everybody was raised that way, And I think if we all make the pledge to be more responsible and more self-aware and more aware of our surroundings, we can set examples that the young people want to follow. We can be that example, even if we don't talk to them. Exactly. But I do take the opportunity. If I have an opportunity to talk to a young man, I'll talk to him.
I want to answer. And I agree with you 100% too, Builder. I agree. I want to, Chris, kind of go to your topics a little bit. So I see the first one you had is Black men in therapy. I know, like maybe 3 years ago, I tried to do therapy and I called every Black therapist in basically the metroplex of DFW, Dallas, Fort Worth, Arlington area. And I got maybe like 3 callback or 3 people saying, I'll call you back out of them. And I didn't get any callbacks. And I never went to therapy. And I remember just kind of taking a day off. I said, I got Wednesday off. I'm going to give it all Wednesday and just dedicate the entire Wednesday to looking. So I spent 3, 4, 5 hours just kind of digging through, calling all these people. And everyone said, we don't take the insurance. As far as like we have it, but we're full for our insurance because insurance, they only got, $35 an hour. But if I was to pay out of pocket and give them that $150 an hour, then they could get me in. So maybe you have some thoughts on that. To this day, there's still things I do. When I was in college, I was a vegan for like 5 years. I was big on jogging. So as I became a vegan, that kind of led me into meditation. I was kind of on my Russell Simmons things. He kind of motivated me to go down that direction of wanting to do the meditation and then the vegan.
Can you address this? What this guy's saying over here? Therapy for what?
Go ahead.
I wanted you, OB,
okay.
and or Bridges to kind of speak about
just
this.
life. relationships, life, just someone to talk to, just to kind of get my thoughts out. To this day, I'm looking right now. I got over sitting on a desk in my workout room. I'm looking at a journal. So I got a journal that I still will use today and pull it out and just journal, just write, just jot, even if it don't make sense. And I'll get on there and realize I've wrote for 45 minutes and I filled up 2 pages, just clearing my thought. And it makes a world of difference. Harvard Medical School, it was even something that I studied for grad school, just the power of like journaling and stuff. And Harvard was saying that's one of the most underrated tools that you can have in business. That was Harvard's business school said that. Anyone can look it up. It'll still come up today if you just say Harvard Business School journaling, and you'll see that that's the #1 thing they say is underrated, journaling every day. And I was talking to a worker at my job, one of our admins who worked under me. And I kind of brought that up to him, and he was like, "Oh, okay, yeah, my therapist brought that up as well." He was military, so he went to the VA, the free. And he was like, "Yeah, I do that too." He said, "But actually, I got a tape recorder. So instead of the journaling, I just, do the tape recorder as I'm driving down the road and just listen to myself." So I hope that answered your question, Gary.
Yeah, I'll speak to that as well. I do therapy now. And I've been doing therapy now for probably about 7 or 8 years. I started doing therapy because I was experiencing panic attacks, and surprise, surprise, I was experiencing panic attacks in the IT world. Whenever I had to speak in front of a group of people, I was always so worried about them hearing something in my delivery that would make them think that I wasn't smart enough to be there. So I would have these horrific panic attacks that were debilitating. As a matter of fact, Maroon, even on that project that you and I worked together, I had panic attacks there, and that's when I started actually. For me, I found that I was having a difficult time code switching in front of people, right? In front of a large audience of people, because people were very critical. And Maroon, that project, people.
You can call me Chris.
Okay, Chris. Thanks. On that project, people were really critical, and I struggled, and I realized that when I was having those attacks there, I had to look back at my life and my career before those days, and I realized I've been having panic attacks for years, but I never really acknowledged it. I never knew what they were about. I never knew what it was. And at that moment, I realized, you know what, I've got to do something about it. So yeah, I looked at our employee assistance program. I did some research, and I was able to get 5 free therapy sessions through our insurance. And
nice.
that was a start. When you go into therapy, you have to go into it with an open mind and understand that the therapist can't necessarily fix all of the problems that you have, but that a good therapist will give you the space to talk about your challenges, talk about your problems, talk about things, right? They may ask you questions to kind of, get more information, but really, and I'm also a certified life coach, along with being an IT guy. And one of the things we learned as a life coach is that, we can't solve people's problems for them. Most people actually know the solution to their own problems, but sometimes they just need somebody to listen to them kind of talk through it. So you ask open-ended questions or probing questions to try to get them to talk more and more about their issue. And I think therapy is a very similar thing, where they basically give you the space to talk and feel comfortable, right? Speaking about your problems, speaking about your challenges, and hoping and hopefully on the other side of that, you reveal something or you learn something about yourself that can help you to, hopefully solve the problem. Sometimes, medication is required. I know, and I'll be, full disclosure, I started medication after my father passed away, because I was not only dealing with anxiety, panic attacks, but then I was added grief and depression on top of it. So my therapist was so worried about me having a heart attack or stroking out or something like that. She says, you know what, I've got to get your blood pressure down. I've got to make sure that, you're able to relax and you're able to sleep, because when my dad passed away, I took on the responsibility of taking care of my mom. And that was, in itself, that wasn't that big of a deal at first. But then my mom developed Alzheimer's, which she has now. So, I had to take on that responsibility of, taking care of my mom now as an adult with Alzheimer's, an older woman with Alzheimer's. So the pressure of having to deal with my everyday life, being a Black man in a white collar world, all the challenges of being a father and being a husband, trying to navigate inflation and navigate rising costs everywhere you look, everywhere you turn. And then my dad, who I had a great relationship with, we started to see that he was sick, a year before he passed away. So in that 2-year window, he got sick and, was hospitalized and he passed away. Right. So that threw me into a depression, and it was very, very painful because I was actually there when he passed away. I went through the whole process, right? And then while he was in the hospital, I had to start to assume his identity because I had to take over his household. I had to not only run my own household, but I had to run my father's household to take care of my mother, right? So I took all those responsibilities on, and then at the same time, I was still working. And it became too much for me. And I was, my therapist was so worried that I was going to, stroke out and maybe, die myself, that she said, I've got to put you on something, because if I don't, you might not be here tomorrow. And so we did that. That's been, I've never wanted to acknowledge that. I never wanted to be one of those people that turn to a bottle and, I don't drink too much alcohol, and I don't do any other drugs or anything like that. I smoke cigars every now and then, but I never thought that my solution was going to be in the bottom of a pill bottle. I never wanted that to be my life. But the reality is that if I didn't go through therapy, if I didn't get on that medication, it might have killed me. And so therapy has been critical for me. It's been critical. It's the way I'm still here today. It's the reason why I'm able to have this conversation with you now. And to be quite honest, I have no embarrassment about it. I have no embarrassment about telling people why I first started therapy, why I'm continuing therapy. And now that I'm on medication, I don't have a problem telling people why I'm on medication, because at least when I'm telling people, I'm accepting it more and more. And also I'm helping other people understand that there shouldn't be, we have to take away the stigma of Black men going to therapy and Black men taking medication and Black men going to the hospital, going to the doctor. We have to take away that stigma, right? We can't be that way and be healthy and happy and live fruitful lives. We've got to be willing to do things that, we have always been taught that we shouldn't do, because we have to survive and we have to thrive and we have to take care of our families. So we have to do things differently. If we don't, we start self-medicating. We start taking, gateway drugs like marijuana, CBD. Those drugs turn into crack and fentanyl and all these other drugs that people are taking, or we start doing other things that are detrimental to our lives, right? That self-medication is something that we have to get away from. If we could do it without medication, great. Sometimes it's required though. But having that person to talk to, even if it's not a therapist, maybe it's a pastor, maybe it's a mentor, maybe it's an uncle, a best friend, or, just somebody who you meet, at a coffee shop. But having that outlet, having someone to talk to is critical for us, because we do carry a lot of burden, a lot of weight. Many of us carry more weight than people know, and we still have to be responsible. We still have to go to work. We still have to be fathers and husbands, right? We still have to do all those things, but we're carrying the weight of the world on our shoulders. And sometimes it's good to have take 30 minutes, 45 minutes, 60 minutes to decompress with someone on the other side of the table and just listen to you. I believe in meditation. I love meditation. It's incredible. Take that time, quiet time, focus time to yourself. Those things are I guess that's to a degree that's self-medication, but it's a healthy self-medication. Something that you can do for yourself any day that can help to kind of be that pressure valve for you, right? Same thing with journaling. We have to get those feelings and those emotions out, because they'll eat us up from the inside out, right?
Mm-hmm.
So those things, that's all critical. I'm a big proponent of therapy. I'm a big proponent of meditation, journaling, all those things. Anything that I can do to extend my life and be there for my family, I'm more than happy to do that.
Builder, thanks for sharing that. Seriously, I
Absolutely.
appreciate you, and you're strong for making it through that. What you shared is kind of one of my 38-year-old man. My father passed away about 5 years ago. My mother's still here, and that's just kind of one of my biggest fears, just losing her. My father wasn't in my life so much, but I had a stepdad who was always around. Uh,
Yeah.
and even him, he retired and he didn't get to spend one retirement check. He retired and lived about 4 months after retirement and didn't get to
Mm-hmm.
spend one check. Um, and I think communication could have helped him out a lot. He was one of those men of very few words. Unless he heard me talking back or something like that in the house, he comes home, may say hello, may not say hello, shuts the door, goes to bed, come out, get something to eat, and that's it. You don't see him until the morning time, until it's time to go to work again type of guy. Just a man of very few words. And I think that could have helped him a lot, just having someone just to talk to. Overall, it was a health thing. He had to get stents in his heart 2 times. But I feel like if he could have had that communication, maybe that motivation to want to get out there and go work out, and do those type of things. So I agree. And even I remember once being at my mother's house, and her insurance guy, she still does it old school way, don't want to use the electronics, where they stop by the house and pick up the insurance for the week. And I happened to be over there. And that was one of the things he was sharing with her. Like, you never know how death, or when we lose the parent, how it's going to affect us. And he was just saying,
Mm-hmm.
that's one of the big things he believes in. He was like, because like me, he was like, when I lost my father, I didn't think I was going to be as hurt as I was, but I was distraught. I was out, work longer than I thought, it would have happened. My dad lived quite a long life. It wasn't like he died at a young man. And I don't know how, it's going to affect people. So he was just saying, make sure, you get that insurance if you can, if you're in that situation. And I seen someone say that in the comments as well, just, I don't know exactly where the conversation was going, but I seen just making sure you have that life insurance to take care of those loved ones when something like that happens, and just for yourself. So I appreciate you for sharing that.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Like I said, I, I, it takes a level of maturity, acceptance, and understanding to get to the point where you can admit things, and you can tell people that story, right? It took a while before I was able to do this. I never saw myself, in this situation. It was new to me, but I was like a lot of us brothers, I was I resisted. I wanted to be, a strong man. I didn't want to show any kind of weakness, and you know, um, but that weighs on you. That weighs on you, and I know that I have more responsibility now than I did, a decade ago. I have way more responsibility, you know, and I know that in order for me to continue to be here to take care of those responsibilities, I have to do things like therapy.
Yeah.
I have to do things differently
And you
because
said cigars is that's my bad habit. I got a problem with going on vacation and sitting around a pool or looking at the ocean and lighting up a cigar. And
hey,
cancer runs in my family, so that's something that I try to
man,
avoid as much as possible. I kind of picked that up in
yeah,
college, writing them long papers and nothing else to do. And during
yeah,
my undergrads, I did the Starbucks and that type of stuff. So by the time I got the master's degree, I was like, I've had as much coffee as I can take. So I would go to the
mm,
cigar shops because they got the lazy boys, and I could have my talk with the older gentlemen and learn
yeah,
some things from those guys as they're coming in and out the door throughout the work, and just kind of sit back, smoke a cigar, write a paper at 15 pages or whatever it may be. So I
hmm
kind of get that. And that's kind of what I was telling everybody. I got to the chat late. I'm normally in the chat, but today I went ahead and got on that Peloton, trying to get those 25 miles in and take care of myself. Golf, that's something I picked up, paying attention to
yeah,
my joints, the way it moves, just getting out there,
absolutely,
getting some fresh air. Try to get off that golf
absolutely,
cart when I get a little bit better and actually walk the course and not ride it.
yeah.
So yeah,
That's
happy
that's
to hear
another big one.
those.
That's another big one. Exercise, and I'm guilty of not exercising right now just because life is happening all over the place. But exercise is also very very critical, right?
Mm-hmm.
We have to move our bodies while we can.
Mm-hmm.
I know many people who are my age who can barely walk. You know, unfortunately, a lot of them play football and other sports, and they got injured, and their bodies are kind of their bodies are a result of that, right?
Mm-hmm.
But some of them just lived very unhealthy lives, and they're way overweight, or they've got other heart issues, and diabetes and things like that. So, exercise is another key factor. Obviously a good diet, if you can do it, is another key factor. But we have to be there's so many things that we have to do to take care of ourselves now, so that we can take care of our families, that we have to keep an open mind and be willing to do those things, because life is short. And hopefully COVID, one of the things that COVID taught us all is that it could get anybody. COVID took out a lot of people, and we have to all be more conscious of how we live, and taking better care of ourselves. So
I agree.
And
So
I want to add a little segue here.
what do y'all think about the next question? I was just going to go to that one. The friends, family, other men, are we holding them accountable? Are we holding them accountable? How can we hold them accountable?
I want to address this one that's
Okay.
that's in the chat from True Poetic. Like, can y'all she's saying, like, can y'all give advice on where men are going wrong today and what they can do?
I say not building. That was kind of what I opened up with. Build, build, build. I think men are builders. I don't know what faith you are. For some, it might not work. I know TD Jakes, he normally does a thing that's like a whole month long, just about building, just as a male. I feel like if you're building, you're going to do all those things that go right. If you're concentrated on your family and how your kids are going to, get the most out of life, and you want to be there for them. So naturally, you'll think about exercise when, everyone talks about that good looking wife, but if you want that good looking wife, one of the best ways to keep her looking good is to take some of that stress off of her. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that's building.
That is a fact. That is a fact.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's my advice is to I try to be the example. As a life coach, I listen to people kind of work through their challenges, and again, I can't solve their problems for them, but I can help keep them within those boundaries to kind of keep them moving forward, and give them motivation and inspiration to move forward. What can we do? I mean, we should all try to be good people. We all know right from wrong. We all know that we have impulses that we need to try to control and manage. We have to try to be better people, and being a better person can make you an example for somebody else. And your example can help encourage the next person, right? Having conversations like this, having meeting with people that that you have things in common with, and maybe people that you don't have things in common with. We have to expand ourselves to do more and be more than we are right now, in order for us to get better. But yeah, I think, and one thing we also have to do is we have to be willing to forgive ourselves, and understand that we all make mistakes. We've all dealt with things, and we've made bad decisions sometimes. But we all have to be willing to forgive ourselves and say, you know what, I want to commit to being better and doing better. And once we're able to do that, I think that we can start to heal. But a lot of us we feel we get stuck. We feel like we're stuck because of choices we made and things we've done, and we feel like we can't get away from from those things. But we have to be willing to forgive ourselves and forgive others. And ultimately, at the end of the day, we all have to be accountable. Hold yourself accountable for your life, your development, right? Even for things that happen that were positive, and things that happened that weren't so positive. We all have to be accountable for our lives. Hold yourself accountable. Try to be the person that's responsible for fixing things. Don't try to point fingers at other people and say, it's this person's fault why my life isn't the way it should be, or it's this person's fault why I didn't do whatever, right? If we hold ourselves accountable, we can not necessarily get rid of the excuses, because I don't really want to call them excuses. Sometimes they're reasons. They are reasons, but we have to try to put those aside in order for us to move forward. But a lot of that comes with being accountable, taking that accountability.
I agree.
Yeah, I think it's also going to involve therapy. I think therapy is a key one. I look back on, 10 years ago when Builder knew me, I wasn't in therapy then. I tell on these panels, I really regret. That's one of my regrets. It's like, I go to therapy now almost probably about 3 years now. I have two therapists. I use one. I think that's like a out of network, like probably like licensed. She might be like a licensed therapist, and I use her as like a life coach. I have another one that's a psychotherapist that I just use as my therapist or whatever. And I'm like, I go see the second one every week. She's in network. I go see the one who's out of network like every 2 or 3 weeks, and it's just the me that Builder knew 10 years ago or so. I kind of fell victim to like, hey, therapy, to the stigmas. You know, when I first started telling people at my pool hall, hey, you know, just trying to promote therapy, they'll be like, hey, do you have like a mental illness? Do you have something? I'm like, no, it's just kind of like a life accountability. It helps you to kind of a lot of times free the thoughts, the negative thoughts that are weighing you down, the anxiety. And I used to try to think that, you know, I'm, you know, really independent. I'm a kind of a lone wolf. I can handle these thoughts. I can think about these thoughts, but it's good to kind of have someone kind of connect the dots and help you see, like, why do you keep arriving at these things, almost like a life accountability partner to help you understand, like, why do you keep arriving at these decisions? Why do you maybe struggle with certain life situations, and offer advice, and not just the therapy side of things, but like you properly utilize your benefits again on the therapy side, but also like one thing I started looking into like the last year and a half was like a nutritionist. Like as we're getting older, you know, there's things health wise you can see on the scale. There's some things health wise you can't see on the scale. And I want to live a long and healthy life. And like, you know, the other two guys on the panel have said, like, it takes, you know, being active and staying active. But like, again, I want to throughout life, I want to continue to learn. I want to continue to be a student of the game, and live and preserve my life. And, you know, it's all in the vein of trying to curate the life that I want for myself, health wise, personality wise, to kind of just continue to work on myself and evolve as a person. I've evolved, from, you know, from my 20s, my 30s and stuff like that. So if you're not evolving, so like you see, I think the problem with like the Manosphere is like, they're not really, the Manosphere really high key, let's just address this, should be a space like this. It should be encouraging men to be better. It should be encouraging men to be more educated. It should be encouraging men to be better spouses and better partners. It's not that. So I want to create a pocket of the internet that is going to do that, because even though, you know, the movement of the Manosphere and young men today, they might outnumber us, they might be louder, they're cowards. They're not really confident. They're not very strong. They're just kind of confident as a group, but they're not any stronger than any of the three guys here on this panel. They're not any more confident than any of the three guys on this panel. And it's because we have continued to work on ourselves. We you know, we don't have a quit or loser mentality. And it's part of, you know, because of the people around us who have shaped us, whether that was therapists, whether that was family, whether that was friends and other people around us, and life, just life teaching us and us continue to go after our goals. But I think the other thing I want to say is what's going to really help specifically for men is to get as far away from misogyny as possible. I think it's a mental illness. It's very comforting. It's almost like that warm blanket at night. It's going to keep you very comfortable, but you're not going to be a person that people want to be around. You're not going to be a person, whether it's family, whether it's aunts, uncles, cousins, nieces and nephews, women specifically. The days of being a misogynist really should have never been in place, but they're ending today. And the people who are aligning themselves with misogyny, they're struggling. So that would be one of my biggest advices is just like, get as far away from misogyny as possible. Start looking at it as a disease and start looking at them as weird people, and start looking at it and saying, women are not the reason why I'm not happy with my life. You have to take responsibility for your own life.
Absolutely. Yep, absolutely.
Dating past and present, Chris.
Hey,
I really suck with this one because I married young. I'm recently like almost 3 years divorced. Yeah, and I speak on these panels, Builder. Like, I really wish I would have had therapy in my marriage. I would have been a different person. It would have helped me to arrive at maybe different decisions. It would have made me it would have made me more mentally stronger. And I think I needed that. I think my ex-spouse and I, we both needed that. But
I think books are good on that too. I know that was something that my sister-in-law gave me. It's just part of wedding gifts, like
Yeah.
5-6 books, and they've had, their ups and downs as well. So they knew it would come in handy, and it definitely was. So just reading Judge Lynn Toller, I think she makes some excellent books, like just, about keeping a marriage together, and, good to have that healthy distance, sometime from mother-in-law and father-in-law, and just different things that we all experience and go through.
But
Hey,
yeah,
hey guys,
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, real quick.
No,
Unfortunately, I have to drop. I have some things I need to do before I go to bed tonight. I've got to go take care of my mom.
Hey, Builder, thank you for coming on and sharing.
Yeah, I owe you a huge favor, Builder. I really appreciate you. I really want everyone to hear what you had to say.
Chris, this has been outstanding, and this has been a
really,
really
great panels.
experience.
I want you on future panels, man.
Book me. I'm available.
Appreciate it.
Hey, thank you all for letting me join. I really appreciate it. Together we can do a lot of things, and we just have to be committed to doing it. But thank you all, and I hope to talk to you again. Thanks.
Thank you.
Care.
Have a
good night.
All right, you too. Bye-bye.
Take care. So what was the question, Obi?
Oh, just past and present. You were touching on it.
I mean, I'm not the best one to speak on this because, like I said, I married young. I got married at like 25. Maybe like a week. I was 26 later.
Why do you think that's young? Do you think that's too young? That's advice. Is that too young or is that the right age?
I'll be honest with you. I think it depends on the person because, like, clearly people had done it, and our grandfathers and grandparents, they had gotten married, 18, stuff like that. But I think it all depends on, they lived a different life. They lived in a different, culture and era. And I think for me, like I said, like I told in the last panel when I disclosed it, I was like, I knew I wasn't ready when I got married. I knew that, but I had my person. I love that person. I will always love that person, but I wasn't all things ready. And like I said, like when I got married, I thought, oh, well, me and my fiance and my soon to be wife, like, we're just going to grow together. She's going to understand that I'm not ready. I'm not really ready. Well, no, it's going to be sometimes when, sometimes when things get miserable in a marriage, it's like, well, if you didn't think you were ready to get married, why did you get married? And I'm like, because you kind of approached me and pressed me about it when I was, before I graduated. I was engaged. I was engaged before I graduated. So like I was senior year of college, like, it came down to the wire and stuff like that. And I was like, I had a job on the line. I had, the job that I eventually worked up with Builder. And I just had pressure, and the marriage on the line too. So it's like I had pressure, but I don't regret doing it. I did it out of love. I do think it is a little young because, again, the Chris from now and the Chris from then, the Chris now is in therapy. The Chris now knows how to ask the right questions and say, okay, I'm going to do things when I know I'm ready. I'm not going to try. Because when I got divorced, I was like, ooh, I'm going to rush and go find my person. I'm going to go start a family. I've learned some stuff. I got some experiences, and I had to learn, oh, I'm hearing some same feedback that I heard from my ex-wife and ex-in-laws, and I'm hearing from people that I'm dating. And that's when I started to get the psychologist, and I was like, you know what, I need to start looking into like attachment styles, and stuff like that, and understand my particular attachment style, and understand how do I further optimize who I am. But yes, I think it's young in the sense of like, you haven't really, in my specific case, I had graduated in May and I got married in September. So I didn't really have the time. I needed a little bit more time. And I said it on the last panel, I think with you, I was like, the benefit of me being single now, unfortunately that I'm married, divorced, I mean, I get to learn and adapt from every relationship that I'm in, versus it was hard for me mentally, when with no therapy, to hold myself accountable and realize, Chris, you're wrong. She's right. You need to change. You are lacking in this category, and it's hurting the marriage, or it's hurting the relationship, or it's hurting you. I didn't have that voice. I might have had that for my ex-wife, but I'm like, while I was married and kind of like not in a successful marriage, even though we loved each other, I was just like, I needed someone third party to just listen to, and that would have been a therapist, someone just neutral. And I just, at that time, I didn't cling to therapy until I got divorced. And I did it really from a survival standpoint, saying, this shit is terrible. This shit is horrible to go through. I don't wish it on anybody. Divorce is not what you want. The grief, Like I tell people on panels, like you are sometimes in some ways you're never going to forgive yourself for the time that was, lost and squandered, the pain you might have inflicted on the other person by going through that divorce or whatever, even if it's amicable. But yeah, I think 25 is young. I think it's not, I don't think there's a specific age where people need to get married. It's a certain like stage in life when you are ready and you've really worked on yourself. And like I said, getting married at 25 is not terrible. Just do it with therapy. Don't do it by yourself. That's all I'm going to try to say.
Okay. Fair enough. I agree with everything you said. Just good or bad, I think we can learn from it. And like you said, everyone's a little bit different. So, you say young, too young, but it's different for other people. Maybe I'm too late. So I was 36. So, yeah, good one. What's your next one? What's the path forward? And what the path forward? And are there examples of positive trends for Black men? You want to go first on that, Chris?
I gotta think about it. I want you to go because I gotta like recharge and think about some of this. Because like again, I was trying to like Patti LaBelle just sing
Okay, I
hooks on
got
this
you.
one.
I got you. Conversations, uh, path forward, conversations, reading, educating yourself. Just try to be the best person. Love yourself, love others. I know a lot of times where I felt like someone was mistreating me, and then I look at it later on down the road and I realized like those people didn't even do that for themselves. Like I was expecting them to love me a certain way, but they wouldn't do it for themselves. So why would I expect them to do it for me? They didn't know how to. Forgiving, kind of like Builder was saying, that kind of goes in that same thing. Forgiving is a part of love. Unconditional love. I think that's the path forward, and just continue educating yourself. If love is first, I think everything else kind of falls in line.
Yeah, I think I've been doing a little bit of research. I still need to do a little bit more. Like education, I think is really critical. I think I was hearing stuff people were saying online, saying like black men and boys need to be in the church.
I put church. I was one of those. I said when people were saying, a village, raise the family a village type of, I don't know how the saying goes, but yeah, I said I think church is like, as for Black people, I think that's just a great place to start. Every church I've went to, there's always been positive role models there, educated men with trade, men who has stories, whether good or bad, who is willing to share. Maybe not stand up in the pew and tell everybody, but you catch them outside or, at one of the get-togethers for the church, they're willing to share that information for you or share that information with you. What are your thoughts on that?
What was the thoughts? Say that again.
Church. Do you not think church is a good place?
I definitely think it could help. Like, listen, this woman I'm recently dating, she invited me out to church. I went. I hadn't been in a minute. I haven't probably been. Probably a good 6-7 years. Don't judge me, yo. But I do work on myself. But I'm like, I have been calling for years. I've been yearning for years to kind of go back to church. And sometimes maybe it was watching it online and whatnot. But I've been yearning to kind of go back to church, and like when I got the opportunity, I jumped at it. I'm like, I want to go back, and I just need to find a church. I need to start going again. But again, like it's part of I think it's part of the work that someone could do. Like I'm doing some of the work I'm doing. I'm going to therapy. I need to get myself back in the church. And like I said, I'm embarrassed that I haven't been in a minute. But I just need to find that church, and I need to be consistent about it. And I think it gives you. One of my therapists was telling me, I'll just get a little story time. Like, when it comes to the having kids or some of the milestones in life, I wasn't scared of getting married. Having kids is kind of terrifying. And like I look at people in my job and like they're like 35, 30-ish or whatever. And they have like 1, 2, 3 or 4 something kids. And I'm like, doesn't this terrify you? Like all that pressure, all that stress. And I think one of my therapists, like the life coach one, she was like, I hear you, saying this and saying that, but like, where's your faith at? And I was like, yeah, it's kind of weak. Because I always try to like approximate what's going to happen. Think about all the scenarios that's going to play out. And she's like, you got to live in the moment, Chris, and you got to have faith. So I'm like, yeah, I got to admit it here. Like my faith, I need to strengthen that. I need to get stronger. Like when people are going to church and like they have faith that like everything's going to be okay. I'm not there. I need to get there. So I think church is super important. Education is, go ahead. Education is super important. I think mentoring, again, let's take a shot at the Manosphere. None of these dudes, I'd be if I was a betting man, I guarantee you 99% of these dudes do not mentor kids. And I think the first panel I was on with Zed, I was like, this Manosphere thing is a call to action, and I still haven't done it, and I need to start doing it. I meant to ask Builder, if you have any mentoring groups, I would love to be a part of it. I need to step into one and start, fitting in time for that, to mentor some young children, specifically young Black boys, because they're getting just terrible messages. I think that it might be Angie and TJ said it maybe earlier, is like, and maybe some others have said that, like, a lot of the older statesmen in our communities or social circles, they're spreading negative advice. They're discouraging men from actually kind of growing up. They're encouraging them to kind of be these heathens, or just be very immature, or and settle into this arrested development. So like Builder was saying, one of the things that I kind of strive for is, like, I told my best friend, I'm like, because he'll argue me like, you should only be gentlemen. You shouldn't have to be gentlemen for every single woman. And I'm like, no, I actually try to, because you never know who's looking. You never know when there might be like a girl behind, a young woman behind you, or a young man behind you. And how you show up in the world is going to sometimes influence them, the people in your family. And I'm like, you need to be consistent. So like with these men who are kind of like, I don't want to go into some of the other slides, but they're kind of trying to almost like negotiate being a gentleman, negotiate protecting women. It's like, no, that's what I'm trying to do with this panel, is like, we need to, like, I want us to draw a line and say, like, no, we're not tolerating this immaturity, this foolishness over here. There's a time for some party and bullshit. It really is. Like, it's time to have fun, but it's like, when is the time where we're going to hold each other accountable and say, guys, if we want to have the life we want to have, we're going to have to look inward and say, and hold ourselves accountable. And I think that, and stop running to spaces like the Manosphere that's just like allowing us to cope. And it's like, allowing us to, it's not helping us reach happiness. It's, I'm sorry, there's no number of dudes that are going to make me feel better than finding someone who's the right person for me, my person. But a lot of these dudes are like, I'm gonna give up on marriage. I'm gonna give up on having kids. I'm gonna give up on, having a girlfriend, because I can run to this space where these dudes are gonna just like make me feel like every problem is someone else's. So, but the path forward is accountability. I think we've got to help do that for ourselves. I love what you've brought to these panels and said, hey, you know what, these Pookies and Ray Rays, let's stop using terms like that. That's kind of high key racist. We've got to, I want us to have more conversations like this. And I think that this is kind of like a sign of us getting older and taking interest in our community. We were a lot younger, and we might not have had thoughts like this, because we were younger. But it's like now we look back at it, and we look at what's going on now, and we're just like, listen, this is what these guys are doing that are our age and older and younger. It's really hurting. It's hurting society. I understand that, like, men are very frustrated with what's going on, whether it's their economic situation, whether it's or what's going on in this country economically, whether it is things are moving away from traditional. Like I said before, it's like they've got to get away from this misogyny playbook. It's not going to set you up for success. There are some men that that maybe make buku money, and they can afford to have the American dream, the misogyny American dream that that misogyny tries to set up for us. But the 99% of us cannot afford that. And I think that's what men need to do in the Manosphere. In closing, is just like, they've got to start to look in the mirror and say, hey, I have not set my life up to have this reality that I want. Where am I at versus the work I need to do? And doing work is hard. Looking in the mirror and saying, I got to be better. I've made some mistakes. I don't want to make those mistakes again. Instead of telling people, hey, you need to just take me as I am and deal with it.
I agree.
So let's go down some of these points. Like, I think we've kind of talked about. So I want you to talk about the dating past and present. I know you're married. I'll speak on it just briefly.
Learn. Mine's short and sweet.
Yeah.
Learn from the past mistakes. I've kind of did that. I've been in relationships where I was only focused on the money and didn't want to do anything. So when I got into the next relationship, I made sure that wasn't so. Just trying to take a little bit. Like you said, we're evolving, we're learning. So just learn from past mistakes. And that just goes to looking yourself in the mirror, keeping it real with yourself. And then, as you said, hold yourself accountable. I used to hate that saying when I was younger, that quit blaming people or quit blaming your parents. And I was like, but it's some. But the older I get, the more I'm like, whether true or not at all times, like it's as it is going to be what it is. It's me. And like, no point of whining about it anyways. So, you know what I mean? Just hold yourself accountable, keep it real with yourself, and just try to grow. Learn from it, whatever those past mistakes may be.
Yeah, I've learned a ton, and I've changed over the years. The 2020-21 Chris and 2020, maybe up to the early 2024 Chris, I've changed, and it's because of relationships and realizing, hey, I don't want to make the same mistakes, and thinking you got it all together, and then things just kind of realize sometimes things could be a house of cards if you don't have accountability on other things. But it's just like. So it's like, it was funny. Like, when I got out of my divorce, I was making a joke saying, it was not really a joke. It was reality. It was like, I was joking saying I was the Billy Madison of dating. Cause I'm like, I was literally fresh off of ice, like Captain America, like, coming to the new world, coming to like a world that he's never seen before and trying to adjust to it. I want to shift to another point. In terms of holding each other accountable, do you think that the men are doing that?
Of course not.
Okay.
But like I said, I think that's my biggest thing. I think we're just a whole bunch of misinformation holding our community back. A lot of misinformation, false beliefs, not looking at ourselves, not keeping it real with ourselves. I'm Austin Holloman and I'm traveling the world right now, but I want 5 kids. Like, nothing wrong with wanting to travel the world, but if you travel the world till you're 32, then you haven't built much. And 5 kids is a lot of kids. And it's not saying you're wrong for wanting those, but have you put yourself in a position to take care of 5 kids? Not keeping it real with yourself. Just statements like that.
I will say this too, because like I had a hot take like today or yesterday. I was like, man, I think a lot of these passport bros are just like, they're being controlled by their hormones. Like, especially with the OnlyFans stuff, it's like, that doesn't get me. And it's like, we kind of touched upon it on one of the recent panels about, like, again, the passport bros, like, they're just being led by their fetishes. And it's like, at what point should a man be like in front of those urges and saying, hey, you know what, I'm attracted to this, but it's not going to have me jumping on a plane, going over to like a place that has a travel advisory just so I can go have some sex. I mean, it's like the women online. I'm sorry, yo. Scantily clad and gyrating is not going to do it for me. I'm sorry. I mean, I'm not saying it's not attractive, but it's not going to have me like fucking a checkup. It's not going to have me turning my life upside down for it, like some of these guys are doing. So it's like, I think to go back to the point, because I went on a huge tangent. I don't think men are holding each other accountable. I think maybe some men are, but it's like the men at large. Like, I think we need kind of like, I think what you spoke about earlier about, we need generational accountability, whether it's your father, whether it's uncles. You said, sometimes the people in the community who they might have made their mistakes, but they want to steer you away from making similar mistakes.
I've learned more in my life from people who aren't living the best lives than people who are living the right lives. A lot of people, I'm not going to say most, but for me, in my experience, that might not be true for everybody. But most of the people who kind of got it together, they're too busy living because they had it together. So a lot of my learning came from the people who don't have it together.
Let's segue to the next section before the last one.
Okay.
And we've touched on some of this stuff.
Yeah, we touched on this stuff. Yeah. Past and present, we did it.
Yeah, we did it. I want to touch on the first one though, like just a little bit, just to like kind of beat a dead horse, because the Manosphere loves to hit on this point, how the Black community, everything is wrong with the Black community is the woman's fault. Single parent homes are the woman's fault. What's your take on that? They should have chose better. It's just that simple.
I'll just say I'll just say we got to start working together. I don't agree with it, but at some point, I just want to quit pointing the finger and just say, we just got to do better. Start working together. Stop pointing the fingers. Start being real. Start getting back to those whatever your faith. If church isn't your thing, whatever your faith, religion, spiritual beliefs are, whatever gets you through the day, we need to fall back on those things. Have maybe more of those, meet up with family members if they're in your area, whether that's maybe the cousin who's really not a cousin but maybe lives in your state. He was your next door neighbor and that's the only person there, so you keep up with them, so it's become like a family member. Doing that maybe once every 2 weeks or once a month, meet up, sitting down, breaking bread with each other. um that's what I always tell my wife. That's why they put people in jail, isolation, to isolate you. So a lot of people are free, but they're in jail and don't know it just because they isolate themselves, not talking to people. Kind of the same things that we were kind of saying today, which is one of the things that therapy is good for. Get out, communicate, talk with people that you love.
Yeah. I'll add to it, and I'll say, like, men, I know it's hard, but like and I said to BA on one of the last panels, I said, like, I am at this point in my life, I'm not going to be, I don't think I really want to be intimate with women who I don't feel like I'm aligned with. Because like he made the point, like, hey, if this woman is lame and she can't talk for anything, but she's got a banging body, and I'm like, that's a no-go. Like, you should not be doing that. We shouldn't, and I'll go even further. Men should not be having unprotected sex. I know it sounds very preachy. I mean, they should not be having unprotected sex with women they don't see a future with. That's they should not. Like, I mean, if things happen, I think I kind of
I
believe
don't have the time.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm married, but even
yeah.
if I wasn't, I don't know where they find the time to do that. Once again, if you're building, like, where do you find the time?
Right. True.
Just keeping it real.
True. And it's like, I think that, Cyber Dream, she said something on like the women's panel. She's like, we should start shaming baby daddies. And it's like, I think that it's so funny how, like, in our community, men they're just like absolved of blame or responsibility of like the broken homes. It's like, it's always I was talking to my friend about this like last week, and he was like, oh, it's just simple. The black women are just picking wrong. And I'm like, I think someone said, it might have been who said that on the women's panel. She said, the military can't even vet these dudes. Like, and you're asking women to vet these dudes to be great fathers, and they're going to stick around and all this and this other stuff. And it's like, part of it, like I said, I think one of the biggest pieces of it is just like, we're not holding men accountable. And I've said, other communities would have the same outcomes if men were held accountable the same way that we hold men accountable here. It's just we need to kind of break that cycle of, like I said, I think, like I said, for me, I feel like unprotected sex, that should not be taken lightly. Like, when people also, again, it sounds super preachy. It's like, I don't care if it's the invitation to do that. I think on the back end, because again, I grew up with my dad. One of the things that always stuck with me was, he was like, be careful about having a kid very young. It'll ruin your life. I don't take it lightly at all. Like, if I were intimate with someone versus being, unprotected, that is asking for some responsibility that if I'm not ready to do, why are we playing around with this? That's just my piece. Let's skip since we talked.
I just don't have time. I'm reading a self-help book. If I'm not doing that, I'm exercising in the house. If I'm not doing that, okay, well then I need to get out. So I'm out playing golf. If I'm not doing that, then I'm checking emails for work. If I'm not doing that, then maybe there's something new I want to learn on Excel for work. If I'm not doing that, then maybe I'm on here just chatting, speaking to people from different parts of the world, learning something different. If I'm not doing that, then it's family time with the wife and we're watching a good show and having good communication about that. And then when I'm not doing that, I'm speaking to mother, checking on her, seeing how she's doing, letting her vent. She's letting me vent. Like, I'm just keeping it real. That's why I say I don't have time to gallivant. I don't know where they find the time to do it. Like, I always have something going where I'm trying to better myself. Just Yeah, I don't know any other way to say it. I'm always doing something. If that's not the case, I'm playing video games because I know I've been trying to learn something new for work, and I know I've been talking to people at work, and maybe too much of that. And I need to break away from work and maybe not answer anything work related, so I'm on the video game to free my mind.
Yeah.
Just balance. Life
Yeah.
is busy, and that's the main thing I don't hear. Building, even like kind of like I said earlier when we're talking to people out of different countries. Can you talk to your father-in-law? Can you go over there and tell him what you're going through at work and have that real conversation and know he's going to be looking out for you and
Mm.
just wanting to give you some advice, whether he knows the answer or not, but he's listening with an honest ear? Can you do that with your mother-in-law? Can you do that with your brother-in-law? Can you do that with your sister-in-law? Like, I think those things are hard when you're talking about marrying someone not even in your country. I'm not saying it can't be done. I'm not saying it's not sometimes better. I'm just saying I think those are questions people in that space need to start asking themselves.
Yeah, I mean,
Uh, I was talking to guys in the morning. One of the passport bros, I'm not going to say his name because I got respect for him because he's honest with his. Um, but he was just talking about all this traveling, blah, blah, blah. And I was just like, at some point, what do you think about retirement? He's like 42, 43 as well. And he was just like, well, man, I don't even know if I'm going to live that long or whatever. Basically, he just made it short. Like, I'm not saving for anything. He was like, that's something maybe you want to ask yourself, you know what I mean? And figure out what works best for you. But yeah, I don't even know if I'm going to live that long. And I'm like, you're 40 something. Like, you're only really realistically, like, I know people who retired at 55. So you got 12 years and you could possibly be retired a little early, you know what I mean? And doing what you actually want to do, which is go to these countries and be a passport bro. And you're acting like it's not even going to come around. So it goes back to that same thing I was saying, building. I'm always trying to build something.
yeah, there's more to life than just chasing tail. It really is. I mean, but when you were saying that last statement, it got me thinking. I'm like, one of the paths forward, or one of the things I think that's key for men is like emotional intelligence. And I'm not saying you got to be perfect at it. Like, I'm still working at it. I had to realize, like, there was this person who like sent me some emails sometimes, and I'm like, I had to realize, listen, I cannot respond to a how do I want to say it, like an angry email. That needs to be a conversation for me, because like I can't understand the context. The context I'm going to say, it might not be in line with what you were trying to say. So I'm like, I think, and that's one of the things like I learned, like coming out of my marriage. I was like, man, my emotional intelligence was not up to par. It was not, and I didn't realize it. I think towards the end, but like, and like I said, I'm still trying to work on it. It's like, not just talking for solutions, but like understanding and on where the person's coming at, trying to make sure the other person feels like you would heard and things like that, and just saying things in a way, trying to say things in a way that um you know doesn't hurt people's feelings. Like, I grew up, my grandfather, he was like a disciplinarian, kind of like shoot from the hip, tell it like it is. I used to be like that person. I used to be that person, just like, hey, I used to feel like, hey, if I just had like a bigger sister or bigger brother who did the same thing to me, like, it's tough talk to me was like, hey, it's at least you're getting to someone it's coming from a place of love. But I had to learn, like, you have to have certain relationships with people to be able to kind of like, and some people don't even they don't want tough talk. I'm one of those type of people who I can digest it. I can understand where it's coming from. But a lot of people, and it's no offense, it's like, it's not wanted. Everybody doesn't want it. So it's like, I think, again, without going off the rails, emotional intelligence, I think, is a big thing for men. And I think embracing love and feelings is something that's big for men. And having some sharing your thoughts, being able to communicate, share your feelings, share your thoughts. I know that was something that I used to struggle with. I used to feel like, this person's not going to really empathize with me. Why? I'll just keep it to myself. But bottling that up is not healthy. And no matter how strong you think you might be, it's not healthy to bottle all those emotions up. At some point, it might cause you to unravel. It might cause you to have a maybe an anxiety attack or something like that. So,
I agree, brother. I agree. I like your second question. Were black men acting up like this before social media?
yeah,
I don't think so. I think there were problems, but just a different problem. And I think women's standards have improved, as they should. People, shame women. She's a whore. She's the single mom. So women are stepping their game up, and now men don't want to step their game up. Basically, it seems like the manosphere, they're mad about it. They're mad for getting what they asked for. They asked for it, and now they're getting it, and now they're mad about it.
What did they ask for?
More submissive women, women with goals, not trying to live off a man. And now these women are doing this and saying, not only am I doing it, I'm enjoying it, and I want to step my game up and do this. I want to get this doctorate. I don't want to just be a lawyer. I want to be a judge. And now they're saying, okay, now I need a man to match mine because I did all this leveling up. And now the men are mad at them and want to make excuses for it because they don't want to put the work in.
That's exactly what I think it is. It's like they're allergic to putting the work in, and they want someone to be down there with them. And listen, there are probably people down there with them, but they're not attracted to those women. I've said to like Flint and a lot of other people on this panel, like, you want those women that these passport bros want, you better compete, buddy. I mean, and like, I think the problem is like, these are dudes who want to punch up and they don't really know who are the women who are attracted to them, or they don't embrace those type of women. These are men who want like the women that the NBA players are getting. It's like, if you're just a Joe Schmo, how's that gonna work? Not saying it's impossible, but like, you got to be able to compete. And it's like, a lot of people, I think some people don't have that. They may not have that in them. I think partially because like the fear of losing, the fear of rejection. Like I told you, I'm going to Vegas with my pool team next week. I can't tell you how much rejection I've had to face personally and team wise. And I look past it and I just say, okay, cue the training montage. We're going to train harder. We're going to get better. And it might be painful. It might be embarrassing, but if I want something, I got to compete for it. But yeah, I was curious about that question too, about like, I know Rico said men were not acting up before social media. I really wanted to ask Builder this, because I'm like, I feel like men, and someone in the chat can please explain, were men acting up anywhere close to what the Manosphere were doing in the 80s, in the 90s, in the early 2000s, or earlier? I feel like they were. I just feel like it wasn't broadcast as much. I would love to have the time machine to prove it, but it's like, because I think that these broken homes, I think the problem I have with it, OB, is they want to stick this broken community-ness on our generation. And I'm like, no. This has been happening for generations. It's just that men haven't been as emboldened to like really just shit on the women in the community on Front Street and put it on Front Street like they are now. I don't know.
Yeah, I think it was kind of what Rico said. She's fine. That's the only thing on my mind. And then after that, I'll figure out the rest on the back end. It's not that me weren't concerned about that, but they would figure that out on the back end. I just think the standards are totally different. I was even listening to music one day with my wife, and it was an old song, and it was just a certain line in my head, and I played it to her, and it was Memphis Bleak talking about like his Mercedes, and I was like, babe, wasn't that just simple times when a man only thing he thought he needed was a Mercedes Benz that was, the big body Mercedes, and after that, everything else was just gonna be okay in life. Like nowadays, no one cares about your house, your Mercedes. You know what I mean? Like, you got the $500,000, $600,000, $700,000 house to go with that Mercedes. You know what I mean? And then after that, do you have a long-term job, or is this just a short-term job? Are you a hustler, or do you got a career? Is this something that's going to last? Is this something that's going to be around? Everyone, has had the cousin now who's had these short-term monetary things and then see them lost. So I feel like the standards are high. People just gotta step their game up. We asked for it. Now we got it.
Yeah, and I think I got to try to say on some of these panels, it's like the men who prepared themselves, especially the men who are anti-misogyny, they're winning out here. Like these guys in the Manosphere who want to say you're a simp, the simps are winning out here. I truth be told, quiet as it's kept, because these guys in the Manosphere feel like masculinity is like Andrew Tate. It's like roided out. It's driving in a Mercedes or whatever. And it's like, it's not that. Like, I tell you, like, I was driving like a Nissan 2015 Nissan Leaf as my last car, $15,000 car. I mean, they care about who you are more. It doesn't, the women, I'll close with this. The women who want you for the material things, I don't want those type of women.
The women who want you for the material things are most of the time the women who don't have it. And the men who have the material things are most of the time the men who don't care that they have to show it. Like, I don't care about my car if I know I got a nice house and a nice zip code. I know eventually if I can just get this woman to go out to eat with me and then
Uh-oh. I think he dropped, but OB, if you're in the chat, join the live again. But I'll speak to that again. It's like the materialistic woman. I don't want that woman. Is she attractive? Absolutely. But I want a genuine, organic connection. I want someone who really likes me for me. I understand the chase of trying to chase that woman, but it's just fake to me. Oh, your phone went dead. But yeah, I mean, that was never my thing. And the funny thing, I'm trying to figure out how to connect the dots with this, is like, the funny thing is like the women that these Manosphere dudes are putting down are really the women that they should be going for. Like the women who are ambitious, you should want a woman who's ambitious. The women who've got a college degree, you should want that woman. I don't understand the intimidation factor. I sort of do. Let me take that back, because like misogyny only told men one playbook, and it was, you got to be with a woman who makes less than you. You got to have the final say so. You got to have all the say so. You got to be the complete leader. I never really bought into that, because what happens if you, like I said, you can't control who you fall in love with. Like I said, on a previous panel, like I married a high school sweetheart, and at some point I just realized she's a rock star at her company, and I cannot catch. If she's like Simone Biles and you're just a regular Joe Schmo, at some point you have to realize, yeah, I'm not going to want to race against her. I mean, you just have to kind of embrace it and just say, you know what, she's incredibly talented. I am talented too, but you have to stop competing, and you have to just realize, how can you find a way to be the best team or whatever. But like, going back to the point, I'm getting off the point, is just I warn these guys that to approach these materialistic women at their risk. It's like, if you lead with your money, they say the same thing about the international women. They're leading with their money. The problem is like, they're over here in the States talking about, oh, these women are materialistic, their standards are too high, but they're going over and finding materialistic situations. And it's like, these are just, in my opinion, just men who just don't want to evolve. Okay, yeah, let me put the chat link up. There you go. Appreciate it, OB. Yeah, it's an evolution thing, and we talked about it on the previous panel. Like, it's a extinction burst, where these guys are fighting for their lives, trying to turn back the hands of time, trying to stop evolution. Good luck with that. But they're realizing that like their days are numbered. They're hoping that they can convince women by like stifling the birth rates. Good luck with that. So women like Ebony K. Williams, who are having their own kids, I salute her. They got to do what they got to do, and it's like, it's so immature what they're doing. Like, women have these, like, they have a biological kind of time frame to kind of get certain things done. It's harder, as I said, for a woman to get married than a man. It's extremely, I think it's like 1,000 to 1. Like, it's it didn't dawn on me until like I started dating like a few years ago, and I was like, it doesn't really matter. Like, men want to think like the baddie has it so easy, and I'm like, actually she doesn't, because the baddie is gonna be, I think one of the problems is like, men have, what their requirements are is kind of like a moving target, especially like the dudes who are like, listen, women are the most pretty, the most beautiful at 20 years, 25 years of age, which I think is weird. because they're never going to truly be able, even the baddie, they're always going to compare that baddie to another baddie. They don't really appreciate the baddie for really who she is as a person. And I think that's why it's so hard for even the baddie to win. So I like I said, a lot of the guys in the Manosphere, they'll just look and say like, oh, women, they and they're 25, at their 20s, they had a hot girl summer. They could have easily got married, but they overlook guys next to them. And it's like, come on, man. It's like, it's these guys, they haven't, like Builder was saying, and maybe Obi was saying, it's like, these guys haven't gone to therapy. They haven't done the work. And it's like, you're not going to have the same outcomes. You will have different outcomes in life when you have done the work versus when you have not. And that's just as simple as that. It's like, okay, yeah, looks doesn't last forever. I agree with this, but it shouldn't be about the looks so much. Like, you should be able to appreciate the woman or the guy as they age, because you're in love with the person. But these guys who are superficial, and they want to chase women who are 25 years old and they're like 40, 50. Like, I really want to understand where that came from. I really do. I really wish like Angie the ENTJ could, like, the historian that the part historian that she is, could like do a video on like, where did this notion of the man becoming more desirable as he gets older in his 50s and 60s, or the guys wanting the 25-year-old spoke show, the guy, they will cling to it. And I'm gonna give it back to you in a second, Obi. They will cling to it on this fertility tip and say, oh, well, the woman is more fertile at 25. And I'm like, but you don't want kids though. You don't want to get married though. And it's like, so it's like, that woman who's 25 is getting such a bad deal. She's getting such a bad deal. Uh-oh. What is this? OB, can you explain this?
Which one is that?
This, Tiger, you are fine. Oh, sorry. I read this wrong. Sorry.
Oh, no, I get what you're saying. No, you were just saying I'm talking, so that's why I wrote that. Like, you're good. You're fine,
Okay.
brother. Yeah.
Okay. I like this from Ian. It's a scam because young men were sent away to war, leaving the young women. Yeah. All right, I'm gonna hand it to you, Obi.
No, I agree with everything you said. That's all it is. I have no arguments there.
It's like, for me as a 42-year-old man, like, I get looked at weird because I like to date age-appropriate women. I understand the component. Like, I do want to start a family, and it's like, it's heartbreaking that like women, even in like the 35, 30, maybe like 36 and up, like sometimes they have a kid and they don't want to have any more kids. Sometimes they've gone through like a very difficult pregnancy and they can't have any more kids. But it's like, I get looked at weird because I like age appropriate women. I said on the last podcast, I was like, yo, if the fertility thing wasn't an issue for women in their 30s, 40s, and whatever, I would, Tracy Ellis Ross, Taraji, they'd be getting some dates out here. I mean, I would love to date them, maybe even start a family with them. But because I think women, older women, are beautiful too. Those are just two examples. But yeah, like I said, like I think it's weird how men have been tricked into the 25-year-old woman is the most attractive woman. All right, whatever. I get it, but I don't.
I agree. And we don't look the same for forever.
Correct.
I sure don't lose weight, and I don't look how I looked even in 2018. I can definitely see a difference when I go back just and look at pictures. Nowadays, we all take so many pictures with our cell phones or whatever. So, yeah, it's not realistic. Standards of beauty change, I think, with age as well.
The boss, I want to commend you. I don't know how long of the panel you've listened to. You have found a way to duck this men's panel. You've been to the women's panel. You've been to the men's panel. You've ducked them both. You've ducked the men's panel. You should have joined. But I'm going to answer your question. Maybe we can both answer this. How can you celebrate a woman who wants to be a single mother? I think that once is problematic. I don't think people want to be single mothers. I think you need to start talking to more mothers, or I mean, women who are single mothers. Yeah, I agree with this one. But who said that? Women sometimes fall into these situations, or find themselves in these situations because of different circumstances. They don't want to be single moms. So, um, well, like I said, it's like I'll kind of close in. I'll give it back to you, OB. It's like I think that men in the manosphere, like they're immature. It's like they're just really immature, and I think in a weird, sick way, the men in the manosphere, they're jealous of the single moms. Okay, he's talking about Ebony K. Williams. Okay, let's address this. I think the men in the manosphere are jealous of the single moms because they subscribe to this notion that, like, oh, women biologically, they need men. They need to be in servitude. They need to be submissive. This is not the life that they want. This is not the best life for them. It's like, I'm gonna say this right now. The most dangerous person that's underrated in society is the woman who's got her career together, her life together, and has a kid. Because you better be on your P's and Q's, buddy, because she will move on and can move on. So, and I think that that's part of like what these manosphere dudes are. They're scared of, and they should be scared of that, because you got to be on your P's and Q's. You got to be a good husband. The days of just, having a woman who's never going to leave your side because she needs you and she can't get a job or can't have a bank account, those are over. But let's go. I want to go back to this dude.
And
Ebony
accepting their flaws too, Chris. That's
Right.
something that I'm learning more and more as I get older. Women do that a lot, accept our flaws, but we don't like to accept theirs a lot of time. Understanding that they can be wrong, but just forgiving. Understanding that they can be wrong, but living within their wrong and saying, give them time. I think we got to do a better job at that.
Right. So I want to talk about Ebony K. Williams. He said, you just said Ebony K. Williams was good for being a single mother wearing a child. Okay, I said this. I had a hot take with me and my best friend. I said, and I don't mean, let me go back to this. I'm not saying dangerous in terms of unaliving. I'm not saying dangerous because they're going to hurt you. I'm saying that you got to be, kind of like I said, you got to be on your P's and Q's. Relationship wise, you've got to make sure that she's happy, and you can't just be like a lot of these red pillars who are just like, well, I don't understand why 70% of women are filing for divorce. Like, the man didn't want to get divorced, he cheated, but that didn't mean he wanted to break up his marriage. He was providing. That doesn't mean he was really the best a great husband, but he didn't want to break the family up. The woman was the problem, but she's the one who broke the family up. So I'm just saying, like, I'm saying it's a threat in the sense of, like, just because you might have married, or you might have, let's just say who's that woman who went to the Usher concert and her relationship kind of got blown up because of the baby daddy? Who was that? What's that woman? Keke Palmer. So I'm saying, like, let's just say Keke Palmer. Like, that dude had a relationship one day. He chose violence. He made a crazy tweet, and life was never the same. She doesn't need him. Versus like what these passport bros need and want is they want women who they can mistreat. They want women who don't have a lot of options, women who don't have a lot of education. Basically, in bold, the women who don't have any options. But the woman who I described, like the woman who has got her career together, she might make more than you. She's kind of got her milestone with the kids and marriage. Your place is not secure unless you're putting in the work to really be a great husband and do what you need to do. That's what I'm trying to say. Yes, you're right. Relationships take both work on both. I want to go back to the boss. So Keke Williams. Ebony K. Williams. I salute Ebony K. Williams. I'm gonna continue saying that. It's because, like, Ebony K. Williams was, I'm not trying to mansplain too much, but she was looking for a particular type of partner, and she wasn't able to find that. And like I said, like, women have a small window to be able to get those certain milestones done. And my hot take with my friend was, oh man, I'm gonna say it because he's preaching like, hey, everybody needs the solution is, two people in the house. I get that. That's great. But I was like, I'd rather take a boss babe with a child, with the BK Williams situation than a struggle love situation with a dad who doesn't really want to step up and be a father or whatever. That's just a hot take. But to land the plane, like, I think I salute Ebony K. Williams, because I'm like, she wanted to get to her goal. She did not want to miss her opportunity to do that. And it takes a lot of sometimes time and work to find someone that you want to have a kid with. Like, I'm in a similar situation. Like, I'm 42. You know, they say men can have children at any age, but it's like, you can, but like the person I was telling earlier this week, I was like, you can have a kid at any age, but you are sacrificing. It's going to come at an expense of golden years that you could spend with your kids or your grandkids, or you might have to marry someone younger who that person's going to get a terrible deal by marrying someone much older, much in worse health and stuff like that. So no, like, we have to Obi's join again. I'm handing it off to you in a second, Obi. Yeah, it's just we're moving into a different society where, like, the shame of Ebony K. Williams is bringing a child into the world in a situation that she can afford to do so. And I'm sure that, you know, the child that she's going to be raising is going to have, you know, a family, a village around her to help her do that in different ways. So is it unconventional? Sure. But that's something that she wanted to do, and she understood the risks of doing it without a guy. And maybe she'll find a guy later. That we haven't ruled that out too. So I'm gonna hand it off to OB. I've been ranting.
No, you're not. Go ahead, man. I was just putting something in the back chat. I put something that I want you to share a little bit later, but we're good.
Oh, let's look at it. Let's look at it right now. Because I'm on fumes.
So what do you think about Simone? So I feel like we kind of talked about let me see, social media. Okay, we did that.
Let me take this
gender war, how do we get here? We didn't really touch on that one. So what do you think about Simone Biles as a grandfather? Do you think, like, what do you think about his representation? Just as, you know, so much on the black man just saying we're not stepping up. Do you feel like, I was telling my wife, like, I think he should write a book.
Is that in the
like
TikTok
he's a positive representation?
Is that in the TikTok that you shared?
No, but it's still kind of, it ties into that. You can look at it.
I'm late. I've been living under a rock. I don't know anything about the grandfather except I don't know anything. Bring me up to speed with this.
So her mother was on drugs, and basically he took over and got his granddaughter and raised her, and now she is who she is.
Okay. What are your thoughts?
I think it's awesome. I think, like I said, I think he should write a book. I think he's a positive representation. People saying, you know, don't be a stepdad. I mean, that's not quite the same, your grandchild, but at the same point in time, it wasn't necessarily his responsibility. So I just think, it's positive light. I like it.
I'm gonna be honest.
I want him to write a book.
Yeah, I mean, I think when you first said that, I was like, he pulled a Rico, because Rico said, I think in one of his divorces, like, he kept the kids, he was the primary caregiver. So I think that's awesome. I think, and then we gotta, like, that's the weird thing about the Manosphere is, like, these dudes are like they really want the laws to change, but they just don't. They're just too embarrassed to be out front and say, "Hey, we want to be able to be stay-at-home dads. We know we can be great dads." You know, they're so afraid of the embarrassment of, like, looking like a beta. They have to, like, stay in this alpha territory by association, or actually being one, or they don't feel secure. So, like, no, like, I don't see anything wrong with, like, guys raising kids. No, I think that's awesome. I agree with you. Like, we need that book. We need the movie.
So now I'm ready to argue. Click the Twitter link. I want the ladies' thoughts on this. We've kind of discussed this. So we enjoyed Kim Kardashian arguing about that. Let's get the arguments going.
Hold on. I forgot to share my screen.
All right.
Share my screen. And we're gonna go to just a whole window. Go to the back chat. Let's do it. It's gone. Go on your end, OB, and see if it's still up. Oops.
Okay. One second.
Yeah, sure.
1 second.
Sure. Videos on available. Let me try to log in on TikTok. Looks like who that doesn't want us to talk about Kim K. I get it.
No, it's not Kim K.
Yeah.
I got us some new mess, man. We got to have a different topic. We can't do the same thing all the time.
Good. Man, I'm proud of us. This panel was awesome tonight. It really was. And I'm like, I really think a lot of these other channels like Fearless, Austin Hallman, like these dudes, if they ever get to, I'm sure they got eyes on this because we did see Wesna / Poppy Rico. They got to look at this and come back and say, man, our channels ain't shit. Okay, hold up. Let me share this. Let me put the fair use on. Share screen. You still there? You still there, OB?
Yeah, I am. Did you get it?
Yeah, I'm about to go to this.
Okay. I want the ladies' opinion on this. I wish Zed was here for it.
Okay, let's do this.
Because this was big. I'm sure they already seen it. My wife shared it with me.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. This for us brothers. This for the brothers.
Fair use only. Yeah, man. Okay.
Have you seen that couple before? They get all the followers.
I watched a clip from or a video or live from Ms. Elite, and I came to know about them. I didn't know about them prior, but like apparently I came into it on the tail end when they were like apparently they had put out a live stream out saying that they were having some marital troubles and they were thinking about they had separated and they had their own places, and then I think I saw on X / Twitter that like this viral moment of her saying, "Oh, you guys think you know what's going on? I actually paid for all this." I'm like, that is wild. I mean, but I got uh-oh. She says this is Kim Kardashian.
No, that's not Kim Kardashian. I don't know the couple's name.
The name
My
is
wife shared it with me, but I had seen them before because she's really flexible and does stuff. So she just kind of flows through your TikTok somehow, a way or another.
Yeah.
So that's how I seen her. So then my wife showed me this, and I was like, that's interesting. You know, we always say date out, and there's nothing wrong with dating out, but I just wanted to share, like, it can go bad on the other side as well. And that was the perfect example of it. You know, here it is, the white guy, he's got the NFL muscles and everything looks perfect. And then behind closed doors, here she is saying that I pay for the car note, I pay for the place, the Range Rover, I bought it. You know, they put the bow on it and made it look like he was giving it to her, gifting it to her for Christmas, and that wasn't the play.
Yeah, I mean, I got a lot of feelings about this. Like, first and foremost, who said that? Let us know if you didn't see the video and we could play it again. But like, I came to it when they separated and they got their own places and they're talking about dating again. And I was like, man, they got their own places. It's a wrap. But this is the thing. Some of my thoughts were like, they got a new kid. And I feel like between the two, they have like 5 or 6 kids. And I'm like, I could only imagine what how difficult that is financially. I couldn't see who was speaking. Okay, we'll play
Can
it again.
you or find them, Chris, if like you had some of the other videos that, because that one isn't the clearest, because that was an argument.
Okay.
So maybe if you know their name, you can find so she can see what couple we're talking about.
Okay, I'll try to see if I can search.
Okay.
Queen of Kings.
I heard someone say it's fake. She said it's fake, but I'm not buying it. I don't think they put that out there just for the trolls. I don't think they're playing like that. We can argue about it, as they say. Let's argue.
Right.
But yeah, I think that was, one of those times they're mad, and now they're trying to make it right, and it's too late.
Yeah, I wouldn't rule out that maybe they're grifters. Let me see. Let me work on my TikTok. This stuff is not loading. Once it loads, I'm not even presenting anyway. Let me try to restart this. But yeah, I mean, like I said, I got feelings about this. Like,
What's your thoughts?
My thoughts is like, listen, you know,
Gen Z, I want your thoughts on this too.
Women dating out, I love it, but like, again, what I said on Ms. Elite's Live is I was like, there's got to be something to this having a newborn baby that like it almost like destroys relationships. Like you saw like Young Jeezy. I'm not taking it off. I'm gonna bring it right back.
No, you good.
Young Jeezy and Jenny Ma had a kid and immediately broke up straight right after the kid. So it's like, a lot of these to my I don't know them very well, the Queen of Kings, but like they are like I guess they're like one of the it couples of the divestor community or whatever. And now I think this might have been what someone was telling me in the chat on one of the videos, saying like the divestors are they're in shambles, and maybe this is one of the examples. Let me take this banner off. Hold on, they're encountering the Tash mob. What? They were countering the Tash mob. It was a channel filled with hate watching of the family. I mean, I'll say this: you hate to see. My takes might be trash, but it's like I hate to see. You don't really know what's real anymore. I will say this: I don't really care for the Insta couples or the YouTube couples. Some of it looks cool, but like a lot of it's like grifting. It's like the fact that like people can like make a living off of social media by just like being like this fake family. It's weird. So I don't really know. I don't have my homework. I need you to lead on this one because I don't really know this couple very much.
I mean, it's really not that much to lean. I just thought it was hilarious, and it made good for what we're always talking about, date now. And the point that I'm just trying to make bad can go anywhere. And you even brought up a good point with the Jeezy and Jenny Ma. He got the Asian lady, and she's got the good career, and look how that went bad. Like you say, as soon as they had that newborn, it was a done deal.
It was a wrap.
So I just think the moral of the story is love people who love you, who treat you right. You know what I mean? It's no color to it. We kind of, like I was saying earlier, we got to work on it together.
Yeah, like when I saw the video of them like explaining like the troubles they were going through the marriage, the first thing that came to mind was like they are going through some financial distress. Like, the kid, I think having a newborn baby, I think it adds a lot of stress. I tell on this panel, is like I have a sister, the oldest of my sisters. I'm the oldest in the family, but she's going through divorce, has 2 daughters. Listen, hallmark, relationship. But as soon as they had kids, it went to hell in a handbasket. Because they weren't on the same page of like how to raise the kid. I think that was kind of this in my heart of heart. I feel like that's the same thing with Jeezy and his soon-to-be ex-wife if they're not already divorced. But with this couple, Queen of Kings, I'm like, I think that the other thing that they said in Ms. Elite's videos, they moved out to like Hawaii or some shit, and it's like that is expensive in general, and they have like 5 or 6 kids, which is extremely expensive. I think. Shoot, I say on these panels, like I think it takes 130, 180 to live a certain type of lifestyle with a stay-at-home wife and a kid. So like I don't really know their whole dynamic for the Kings and Queens. Do they both work?
I didn't know they had multiple kids. I thought maybe at best they had like 2 other kids and then the newborn.
You gotta watch Ms. Elite's video. She's been doing some videos, but like apparently like they both have kids. He's definitely got some kids from a previous relationship. I think she does too. Like together, I think they got like 5 or 6.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't know that.
That's gotta be extremely expensive. I would be so stressed. I mean, but I want to dig into that. I want us to find some videos. Like if y'all got some videos on the Queen of Kings, like let's get into that. Like it is interesting. Like so, like I thought it was interesting, OB, when I saw that video of her just kind of like exposing,
Yeah, because
the
we
one.
always think it's just us, and it's not just us.
Yeah.
We're the worst at it, and there's some reasons why we're the worst at it, but it's
Worst.
also a bunch of not accountability why we continue to be the worst at it, and it's not getting any better. But I just thought that was very interesting, because so many people look up to that couple. Like I said, the macho guy, the big muscles, the NFL muscles, they're showing the new car, everything looks good
Mhm.
on the outside, and then boom, she done revealed it all. I've been buying all this shit. It ain't him.
I mean, you hate to see it.
Even
But
like if you ever watch Housewives of Potomac, there's a black girl on there, and she's married to the white guy, but her family is the one with the money. Her mother is the one who was the doctor. He owned a barbecue shop and it collapsed. It wasn't
mm,
working. And then after that, they were just making it off of their TV show, but it was like her family who had the money. It was her parents who were the professionals. So I just think it was interesting. I thought it was funny and a way to just shine some of that light. And at a time, like I said, when we got Simone Biles' grandfather out here, just being a light for the community and showing, how that hard work and doing the right thing can pay off.
that's awesome.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
See, I told you who said that. You see what you say? That husband a cutie. That's why I say them women, man, they was on that man. He got them NFL muscles, man. They said, and he buying Range Rovers and all this. So, my wife thought it was so damn hilarious. She ran in. Look at this. Look at this. So yeah, I gotta say that for the show, love. Give me that right now. Send it to me.
That Yeah, I really got to start doing some more homework on that couple, but it's like social media couple. I think I gotta watch the Misery. I'm forgetting all the points she was making, but it's like it seems like they maybe didn't date for very long and had a kid like in a very small amount of time, and I think they like uprooted themselves, moved to Hawaii, and it's like like we got to start doing. People got to start doing what they can afford to do. Like, don't move places that you can't afford to live at. Don't have like. I can only imagine how expensive it is to have, again, I've said it's like 5 times, like to have like 6 kids. Like, hold on. What is Black women suffer the same trauma as Black men? I would never tell a Black woman to stay any random white guy. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, I said I need a Zed for this. Zed always saying that. Date out, date out. I said, I need her on the panel.
she's like, again, and
So I
I
can get them
understand it.
thoughts.
I understand it. Like, she's like, she wants to get Black women away from Black men. I get
Yeah.
it. I
Me
get it.
too. Me too. But this was my chance. I said I gotta ask.
Yeah. We need Zed to opine on that. Let's see. Are there any other little stories to talk about? Or any talking points from the chat that y'all want us to address? Whether it's story time, whatever. I'm trying to think of stuff to talk about. I'm trying to think of what to talk about. First and foremost, super off topic. Everybody that's ever seen a Deadpool movie needs to go see the Deadpool and Wolverine movie. Period. It was extremely entertaining. But let me bring it back. Yeah, what else to talk about?
Gen Z said, I don't have a problem with them dating out, and me neither. Like
Me
I say,
neither.
I just want to shed some light. It happens sometimes. Sometimes it goes bad there too. You look at like Tom Cruise. He got all that money and doesn't even see his daughter over a cult or religion.
Yeah, and it's the funny thing about like bringing it back to like the Ebony K. Williams thing is like the funny thing is like the Manosphere dudes will like make fun of women who are single moms, but then when they're boss babe single moms and they can take care of it all them together, they got a problem with that too. It's like, oh, so it's just, but the problem is it's kind of like these dudes are like they're just armchair quarterbacking it because like they don't want anybody looking at their life at all. But they just want to like critique everybody else's life when they don't have a single girlfriend. They haven't had a girlfriend for years. We had a panel a long time ago on this channel, like earlier this year, and this guy who was a red pillar, he was talking about how his last girlfriend, they broke up at Christmas. Who breaks up at Christmas? Are you kidding me? So it's like these guys are like they're going through it. But I don't know.
And Andy Mino, he's another good one. If you want to pull him up, he's a Christian rapper. I like him. He's probably my favorite Christian rapper, white guy. But his stepdad was black, and he does nothing but give him shout outs. One of his album covers was him and his stepdad on the cover. So people just got to keep that in mind. Sometimes it can go good. And there's I'll have to look up his name really quick. There's a white ESPN commentator, but he's being the stepdad to, he got with a black lady.
Man,
Chris, his name is Chris, ESPN commentator, huge commentator, married a black woman, and she had a kid from a previous marriage, and now that kid, he's looking real promising to go to the NBA. So you never know how it can go. And then you got to look at people like Shaquille O'Neal. You remember he had that album, and on that album, he had a song called like Biological Father, talking about, how his stepdad raised him or whatever.
Okay. Yeah, I mean that's a very timely topic because like when Bridges was talking about that too, like I'm kind of in that situation too where I'm like I was talking to like an ex-coworker yesterday and I said, listen, I do want to have my own kid, my own child. I think the door might be closed, especially with the economical situation, to have kids, multiple. Maybe not, but I was like, I was really confronting the adoption situation where I'm like, listen. Having a kid through a surrogate, it's like 100, 200 grand. So that's probably like out the door. Adopting a kid ranges is like 70,000, whatever. That's cool. But I was like, similar to what Bridges was saying, I was like, being a stepdad, whether you adopted like a new baby or you came in and you're becoming a stepfather to someone, like that is still your child. So I think, it's wild that like the community is kind of like the men are kind of like discouraging men. I get it. Like I like the way Uncle Rico approaches it and says like, men of a certain age maybe shouldn't be walking to trying to be a stepfather, but like you're 30 or 40 at some point, the women your age are going to have kids. Especially like my age, like I started doing the math and I was like, oh my God, like the majority of women have kids. And then you got to factor like the women that you find attractive, blah, 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 and find you attractive. Like you're talking about like needle in a haystack to find someone who doesn't have kids.
Gotcha. What about Macy? So I hate to go here because we did the politics thing, but I want to clear something up. So I was watching like the African diaspora.
Okay.
I should have known. Every time I hear this word diaspora and it's African diaspora, something is always a con to it. Go back and you hear about the people getting took for their money for land or whatnot. But the guy has like 1.72 million followers. So he has more than like a Roland Martin. And he does an excellent job of like talking about every topic, but he is very biased when it comes to the Democrats. And one of the things now that he just kind of tries to do is basically like say, don't vote blue unless they give you repartations, unless that's which I don't think I get it. It was a good point. It made me look it up. Like I learned, which I didn't know maybe a couple of months ago, that Germany was still paying Jewish people repartations for the Holocaust. So I'm like, well, if Germany, they're saying it's on file that anyone can Google. They were just given the last check I think that was given out was in 2022 for the Holocaust. Then why can't black people get it in America if Germany is a developed country and they're saying that's my wrong? You know what I mean? And then like you look at like the when we had our war with Japan, and they put all the people in the concentration camps. Well, America went back and paid some of those families for that as well. And, this is all just public information. So when they played the Kamala Harris thing saying, I won't do solely, she said, I'll never do anything solely just for black people. And then when the dude brought up the point, like, okay, but you gave the Asian people a hate crime bill. And then just for my own knowledge, I'm like, damn, but they don't even vote. You know what I mean? And I Google and I could see it was real or whatever. And then he said like the LGBT community, which I just think that's once again one of those manosphere things where I think he just has something against the LGBTQ community. I don't think anything's wrong with it. I've never heard of them having low voter participation or whatnot. But I guess overall, we got some people mad with that one, Crystal, when I brought it up. But I truly felt in my heart like, I want to hear what Kamala's policies is. I didn't think she had it. Now, where I'm at with it is just kind of like, I don't really care what the policies is. Just something, we can't get this guy in here. Like, it just
Okay.
can't happen. But go
Okay.
ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of with you too. I mean, people are kind of having a field day a little bit with the with her recent rally. She had like Meg Thee Stallion come out. She had like Quavo come out. I get it. She was making some like what was she doing? Like she was kind of like referring to them and whatever. What is this? Project 2025. But yeah, I'm with you on the guy that you said before. I want to like pivot to that. Like, who can you text his name in the back check? Because I'm not familiar with.
Yeah, just type in. It's he has YouTube. So African Diaspora. If you type that in, it's like his own CNN. He has Girls in Africa who gives their like 15, 20-minute takes. He has like a black lady who comes in and hosts topics, but he's like, this is my show. I'm the Dun Lennon or Dun Lemon. And he has more followers than all of these mainstream people. And he does a good job of saying like what Democrats do wrong or whatever, but it's biased. And he'll call Republicans out like for their racism and stuff. But where me and him cross the lines is like, you're putting 100% energy into saying everything that Kamala does wrong, but now that it's close to election time, you're not doing the same thing for Trump. So really, it's basically you're saying vote the couch or vote Trump. So really now I gotta ask myself, is Trump paying you? And it's quite a scary thing because he has more followers than, like I said, all these big media personalities who's been on CNBC and MSNBC and CNN. And he does good work. Besides that one factor that he's just really biased and he's just like hold out for repartations. And yeah, I don't see enough of him attacking the other side.
Is it
Now
this?
he calls him out for being racist. He does all that stuff, but he's always going to come back to the point of we got to quit giving the Democratic Party our vote for nothing. Yeah.
Is it this channel?
Yeah. And look how many followers he has. And then go look at like a Roland Martin. It's crazy. Go look at Don Lemon.
So
I'm sure he has more followers than him too.
Who owns the channel? Is it this dude?
Yeah, Phil. His name is Phil.
Yeah,
he's a Texas guy.
I've seen his other channel before, where it's just him. He's a Republican. That's the ant short and the skinny of it.
See, but he doesn't say that on the show.
Oh yeah, a lot of these dudes tuck their chains in. Like they are the funniest thing that makes me tick all the time is like, I'm conservative. You're Republican. Just say that. He's Republican. Yeah, this dude Phil, I forget his last name, but yeah, I mean they're gonna do everything. These are the same kind of dudes. I'm sure he's got content over here, like I was saying on the last live, where he's gonna talk about Kamala Harris. She dated Montel Williams. She slept her way to the top. I literally had this conversation with my best friend.
He said he didn't have any problem though. He did come on, and once again, but he says this, but then once again he'll turn around and he did like a whole thing, I guess, on someone maybe who Kamala was over when she was a prosecutor, where it wasn't in the black person's favor, and he gets their family on here and he interviews them basically to point out all of her wrongs, but nothing on Trump right now. Like absolutely nothing besides the fact y'all know he's racist and y'all know he isn't right, but do y'all want to keep giving y'all vote to the same party who doesn't do anything for you? So just vote the couch or tell him to give us our repartations. That's his stance. But when you keep watching and you keep like, this dude really biased, and you get lost because, like I say, some of the things he talks about in our community are great. It's just that one fact. Like, I don't like it. But I think it is something that needs to be said. Who said like the crime or Project 25? He read that stuff on Project 25. And I agree. Like with him. Well, I think he downplayed it because he was like, are we really scared of Project 25? Is this the boogeyman? He's basically saying like all these problems have been happening in the African-American community. But he went to the website and he read it off like on a live, one by one, everything's in Project 25. And some of it, I think it is definitely fluff, a scare tactic because it's problems that has been persisting in the black community. But overall, we just can't take that chance because we see things like Roe versus Wade that it is possible. I thought that bill would never get overturned, and it did.
Right. So. But I was saying on a previous live, I was like, I think that it should be illegal for people who are like influencers to be spreading political propaganda and not like admitting what their position is. Like he's Republican. Kevin Samuels is Republican, and they're Austin Hallman, Wes Nuss, aka Papi Rico, is Republican. Fearless Republican. Ronan Republican. These guys, they're like the Republicans are getting really. They've been really at work trying to like steer black men over to the Republicans. And they just need to say that. I mean, there's nothing wrong with trying to convince people to like vote for your party, but like the way they're doing it is kind of disgusting to me.
Yeah. And I just want to say, I like what Who said. She said black folks got stimulus checks spending on chicken wings, crab legs, and liquor. Chicken wings prices have never recovered. Repartitions will go right back to the other community within months. I agree. Just because, I mean, a lot of things. Financial aid is free if your parents don't have money, but do we take advantage of it? No, we don't. You know what I mean? So income tax checks, people get those now. A lot of us need them and they have to be spent, but a lot of times also we don't have to spend them and we spend them. Basically, I'm going to just say it's a lot of opportunity and we could do better. There's no reason we should be in last place. There's a lot of things against us. I agree. But as much as the African-American communities like to kind of stick their chests out with that bravado, there's no reason we should be in last place as long as we've been here financially. You know what I mean? So I agree with what she's saying. Like, we definitely got to educate ourselves. I don't know how good a stimulus check would help in the long run without the education behind it.
Educate me on this. What is Project for 2025? What is this?
So it's basically, you can just go type in Project 25 and we can look at the list. It's everybody. But it's just different things that they're saying that the Republican Party is trying to take away. Things such as like Roe versus Wade and supposedly, and that's the thing about it, that one of the things I want to hear from they just started talking about it. Like a lot of these things are things that we've all known Republicans have always wanted to take away, certain rights and liberties. And yet we're just now hearing about it 6 months before election. Like, that in itself tells me it's something fishy about it. But I reiterate that, what other choice do we have at this point? And I think it is good to get some diversity in the House.
Okay. Wow.
Maybe if you just type in Project 20. Oh, plans.
Yeah, this is part of it. Yeah, this is the plan. These are detailing the plans. Calls for the food to reverse its approval of the. Wow. Okay.
So this is the big thing that the Democratic Party is saying. You need to vote this year. It's important because of this.
Federal agencies. Wow. Okay. Wow. Okay. Wow. Okay. Wow.
And Phil, he opened this on his page. He went live and he read them off one by one. And he was like, does this really scare you? Is this the boogeyman for you? Is this what's going to scare you into voting? Like, I give it to him for at least pulling it up and putting it on people's mind. Like, we hear it, but don't just take other people's word for it. Look at it yourself and read it. You know what I mean? See what those policies actually are.
I'm telling you, the conservatives have pulled an okey doke on black men. They really have.
Yeah, it's. I didn't think it was that bad, but it is that bad.
From what clause? So let's see what else. Immigration. Finishing the wall. Okay. Okay. Let's see. 25.
So who said that? Said telling people not to vote is criminal, not just the president. So many other things on the ballot, including judges, sheriffs, tax allocations, state and local officials. I agree with that, but I'm ready for term limits. I think a lot of them just fatten their own pockets. Like Roland Martin, when he did the raising money for Kamala, I didn't know who none of those people were. And I was like, of course I don't, because they don't really go in the community. They're really not shaking hands like that. That's my take. I need them to do more. I heard a lot of them saying it's game time. I'm like, all y'all make six figures. It's been game time for y'all. It's been time for y'all. Like, I'm a working man and I don't work in politics, but that is y'all's job every day, to be in the community, your recreations, where people can actually meet you and shake your hand and talk to you and get people's takes. And they don't do that.
Okay.
What do you think, Chris? Do we need term limits or what?
We do. Let's see. Hold on. Tax breaks, repealing tax breaks for the green companies. Yeah. Wow. Okay. I don't understand why they're concerned about this at all. The transgender serving in the military. This and then the educational side of things. This is interesting. This is wild.
Yeah, that's the list. But don't you feel like those are things they've always been trying to, don't ask, don't tell. They never wanted that. So that's where I'm like, they're being disingenuous too. Gun laws, you're not getting rid of gun laws. Like that's not gonna. Why are you even wasting my time talking about gun laws when you know that that's one thing that you're never gonna get? Like fight to what you can get. Don't, you know what I mean? That type of thing.
Right.
Who said, I agree, but that is a conversation at the local level that will take grassroots effort. We can't just ask for things when it's the presidential elections. Yeah, but it's got to start somewhere. It must start somewhere. But I don't think this is the time. Like I say, I never thought Roe versus Wade. I've been hearing about that getting overturned since I was an elementary kid, 38 years old now, and it happened. So now I'm like, nah, it can happen.
Right. Yeah, they want that no fault divorce. I'm surprised that wasn't part of the 2025.
Oh, that's something too. Always ask why Israel gets so much support because they vote as a block, as they donate money. We mostly talk about. So that's something. So, okay, Chris, so I'm in Texas, right? So I went to, when Trump won, his spiritual advisor, which is his pastor, that's the church I was going to here in Texas. I didn't know, like, it's a very mixed race church. I liked it because unlike, going to a Baptist church, it was 35, 40 minutes, you're out. They get to the point, they tell you what to read, a couple of songs of worship, and then you're out of there. 45 minutes, you're out of there. That's why I liked it. And it was mixed church. I like that as well. Just of all races. And that was one of the things, like, I remember sitting in church and he was saying that, like, sending money to Israel. And I'm like, why would I send money to Israel when, like, so many people are hurting here? So the point that I'm trying to get, who says always asks why Israel gets so much support because they vote as a bloc and donate. I'm going to have to disagree with that, Chris. I don't understand, besides just a race thing, why we're using American dollars to take care of some of these countries like we do. Israel, Ukraine, if you look it up, we've been giving them grants, meaning they don't have to pay any of that back. But then when we just had this big revolt in Kenya, it was because the people read it and the young people who were wising up said, no, Mr. President, like, don't sign this. It's a high interest rate. We're already behind in bills that we can't pay. And then y'all have stipulations in here saying that we'll give them land if we don't pay. In other words, they were saying, so we're going to be colonized again because y'all aren't going to be able to pay back that money. So we charge these African countries these high interest rates, but then Israel and Ukraine, white countries, we give grants. And then Sly, he's a travel vlogger. He actually went to Ukraine like last month and Russia. And everyone, including white people, when he went there, was like, oh my gosh, they've been telling me this is a war-torn country and they living better than us. Like, it doesn't even look like a war is going on over here.
Yeah.
And that's one of the reasons why I love this YouTube now. So much that we can learn just in real time. And Coop's Corner, who I hate to give a shout out, Passport Bro, he was actually met a girl who he's doing wrong in Kenya when all this happened. So, like, that's when I first learned about Kenya, I was watching Coop's Corner because he went out there with the girl he's doing wrong that he met in Kenya's little brother to go out there and protest. So that's what put it in my algorithm. And then that's when it kind of made it big. And of course, they tore down their government buildings, kind of like the same thing they did here in America under Trump. And it's just interesting to see because it's real time and it's real boots on the ground when you're in this travel space and you're actually looking at it, like real boots on the ground. They're telling us, like I say, it's a war-torn country, and then you got a black blogger in Ukraine. Like, it's sunshine and ice cream over here.
Wow.
Yeah. Sly's life, though. If anybody wants to go look at Ukraine, and they'll see that, yeah, they're doing pretty good over there. We're giving them grants that they don't have to pay for. but the African countries, we give them high interest rates. And then you kind of start to see why we're in the predicaments that we're in.
Yeah. I gotta do my. That's a good point. I really just want to do some research on that. Let's see. I love this post.
Okay.
About how powerful the J lobby is. This is. I love that post. It's like I think I said on like the previous panels, like it's very ambitious, far-fetched to hold on, what's she saying? Wouldn't base the whole Ukraine on Coop's Corner.
No, Coop's Corner was in Kenya. So only thing I'm basing off him, I got to see real boots on the ground with a real young kid out there, just like Black Lives Matter, protesting and how they're feeling, and him talking to people on the bus as they're riding to the protest to give their take. And they were smart. Like a lot of them was like, yeah, this ain't gonna stop until we quit borrowing from America. Like they were aware of this interest. They were aware that we were overcharging for the money they were borrowing. That's the only thing I got from Coop's Corner. And then the Ukraine information I got, you can go to it if you want to, Chris.
Okay.
Just make sure you know. It's called Sly. That's the travel vlogger. And he goes to Ukraine, and you can just kind of fast forward and you'll see how nice it looks over there. And we're giving them free grants. Like, why don't they have to pay some of this money back?
Okay. Let's maybe do a little bit of story time and try to check that out. Coop's Corner. Let me share one more time. Window.
Yeah, Sly's life. He shows Russia. He goes to Russia, and then he goes to Ukraine. And it's interesting because all the people when he was in Russia was, I'm glad you're over here showing, how our country is and kind of knocking down some of these biases. And of course, because they're in war with Ukraine. So then when he goes there, they're like all pissed off in the comments. Why are you over there? He's like,
This?
vlogger. Yeah, Sly's life. That's it. That's got to be it.
Okay, fair use. Fair use only. Okay.
This is the one in Ukraine? I don't know which one. Okay.
I think this
is. You see it. Range Rover sitting out. Bus station clean as a whistle. No trash. Looks a lot cleaner than New York. Like, where the damn war?
What is he doing out in Ukraine? We know there's a war
going somewhere. I'm not trying to make it like that. But it's just not what the TV's been telling us. And if we didn't have YouTube, we wouldn't know this stuff.
What is he doing out in Ukraine?
He just went and visited, like to show the people what's there. He was in Russia, so you can't go from Russia to Ukraine. So he had to fly out of Russia to a different country and then go to Ukraine.
Okay. Fair use.
Yeah, fair use.
Clean as a whistle.
Fast forward a little bit because I know you only get so long where you can show this without getting in trouble. So go to like the streets a little bit so you can see they high-rise buildings, nice restaurants, everybody's sitting out listening to music, eating ice cream.
Damn.
I mean, you see when he pulled up, Range Rovers out front.
Okay, this is beautiful.
This is Ukraine right now. This was literally 3 weeks ago. Live footage, boots on the ground, coming from a fellow Black American.
Oh, this is beautiful. Look at that building up there. That is beautiful.
This is the only way you know it's a war going on there is because they're still doing the donations. Like, hey, we'll give you a flag if you want to donate something. So now just know, now think about all the problems we're going through right now. High inflation, housing costs out this world, and we're giving them free grants, and they're over there chilling on the beach.
Okay. Interesting.
You're right. Who said that? She said the war, the whole country is not at war. I agree. or the one place isn't getting bummed is technically what she's saying. I get it. But yeah, it's just really interesting to see it looks like that. And we're giving them grants. But old Kenya, if you want to go look that up, they're getting high interest rate loans. The people who look like us got to protest. They want to know why they got to pay these high interest loans.
All right.
And then we say, well, why when you go to Africa, there's holes in the concrete, no true rain gutters for the rain to get caught. Why is it like that?
Yeah.
Did you even know uranium? When I started looking at this, I started learning about like uranium. I was like, I thought that was just Wakanda. I didn't even know uranium was real. So basically, they're stealing uranium out of these African countries and selling it for cheap as well. And China's like a big part of that too. I seen someone mention it in the comments. Look like they've been on their research as well.
Hey, what's going on, Femi? Yeah, I'm spent. Unless you got topics, I think
Yeah, we could end it, man. Just a fun conversation. At least we put it on people's mind that, hey, you can go see these places yourself, do a little research, and maybe look at our ancestry. Find out when you see these people in Africa protesting, look into it and find out. I would have never thought that they were protesting because of some loans we were giving them. Yeah.
All right. Well, hey, OB, I appreciate you being on the panel. I really appreciate building, I want to say his name out here, Building Bridges. A guy I worked with probably over a decade ago and just reached out to him out of the blue because I'm like, I wasn't sure like who was going to be on the panel. Apparently guys, they're allergic to RSVPs, including myself. And I knew OB, I knew you were going to be here, and I knew Nomadic was going to be here. Had a feeling Rico would be here, but I really felt a calling to kind of bring Building Bridges on because I'm like, he was saying stuff I'd never heard before. So I knew when I knew him over a decade ago, I think it was like 2013, 2014 range. And I was like, the stuff that I got from him, I was like, his voice needs to be on this panel. And I'm glad that, a lot of people just, if you come out of the blue, especially you haven't talked in a decade, they could be like, join a YouTube panel. Nah. But he did that. So like, he really did me a favor. I owe him big. But this was an awesome panel, man. Like I said, like this is the kind of stuff, the kind of content, in addition to the party and bullshit, and in addition to the passport bro fuckery stuff and review and critiques and documenting, I want to elevate conversations for men and women here. Because I feel like I had this, I'm gonna close on this. There was this thought, there's a thought that like, listen, I don't know if I should say this. I'm gonna say it anyway. I think, men and women are, there's kind of like a wedge driven between men and women, specifically Black men and women. And it's like, there's a thought of like creating a separate space for women. I get it. Women are being harassed on YouTube. I get it. But I think the only way we're going to defeat the Manosphere is through the voices and opinions of both men and women. We need voices like yours. We need voices like Building Bridges. We need voices like Femi. We need voices like Angie the ENTJ and Who Said That, and True Poetic. I think that's the only way we're going to get rid of them. Is we have, in my opinion, it's just my opinion, I feel like we have to kind of like socially sun these dudes, and it's with conversations like this. So I'll close it with that.
Hey, let's end on that. I think it was good. Thanks, everybody. Who, True Poetic, Angie, if you were doing it as well, just telling people to join. Like, hey, if you see differently, join. Say something. No one's blocking you here. You know what I mean? As long as you're respectful, join the panel. I think that ended a lot of trolls who said they had something to say, and then once they were given the opportunity to do it, that ended it. You know what I mean? Like, it was all love. What can they do about it after that?
Yeah, when they saw the energy on the panel, they just kept it in the chats, trying to troll, but they didn't have it. I like the boss, like he's been trolling it up, but he didn't have the chutzpah to join the panel. And we'll probably be on like men's panel number 10, and he's still gonna be in the chat, not joining, but whatevs. So the last thing I'll say is like, Zed's probably going to hold it down for me next week. I'm going to be in Vegas fighting for my life, with my team. We're going to try to bring this trophy back home.
Good luck, boss.
And make some history. But I appreciate everybody on the live and the replay. I appreciate the mods. Appreciate OB. Like I said before, like you're kind of like my right hand. You were literally my right hand man on these panels. I really appreciate the consistency and always supporting the lives and bringing other content to the lives too. And I appreciate everybody in the chat, the mods too. I really appreciate y'all supporting the channel. This is like I said, this is the kind of content I want to bring. I want to bring a little bit something new. And like I said, I'll close it with, if the Manosphere was really about something, they would be doing shit like this instead of having panels talking about women and shitting on them all day. I mean, we're actually trying to act like grown men, instead of what they're trying to do. So that's it, man. Y'all have a great night. Have a great rest of the week.
All right, Chris. Hey, good luck, man, in the tournament.
Thanks.
All right. Bye-bye.
All right. 1.